Okay, well, you can probably guess what's happening here. Our number of Digi-Seabasses has fallen, and I'm heading to the Dragon Eye Lake from here with Skullgreymon wanting to sleep. And catch the necessary number of black trouts, let Skullgreymon sleep, feed him the necessary number of Digi-Seabasses, and then use the black trouts to catch the Digi-Seabasses, bringing the total back up to 99. Our favourite part of the challenge. Don't you just love watching me fish? Don't you just love the boring, tedious, repetitive chore of me fishing? Don't you just love it? Isn't it just the highlight of the challenge? If we were to compare, the act of catching black trouts to the act of catching the Digi-Seabasses, I would say that the Digi-Seabasses tend to go for your bait more quickly and frequently than the black trouts. But when they go for your bait, firstly, in order to be successful with pressing X at the right time, you need, with the Digi-Seabasses, you need them to sort of be taking your bait for longer before pressing X than with the black trouts. You have to press X at the right time in order to have the opportunity to reel the fish in. And when a black trout goes for your bait, you have to press X a lot more quickly than when it comes to black trouts. Black trouts, you have to let them take your bait for longer before you press X and then have the opportunity to reel them in. And the Digi-Seabasses are harder to reel in. They take longer to reel in. And I tend to be more prone to losing my bait when catching Digi-Seabasses than when catching black trouts. Speaking of black trouts, we have 56 in our inventory, along with 48 Digi-Seabasses, because after I let Skullgreymon sleep, I would like to give him 5 Digi-Seabasses, which will hopefully be enough to see him through for one more day. And if I do give him 5 Digi-Seabasses, then that will bring us down to 43 Digi-Seabasses. And then 56 black trouts would be the needed amount of black trouts in order to be able to catch enough Digi-Seabasses in order to get us back up to 99. When I caught the black trouts, I was accounting for the 5 Digi-Seabasses that I was planning on giving to Skullgreymon after waking up. And that meant that initially the number of Digi-Seabasses combined with the number of black trouts added up to 104, which would be too many, but then the 5 Digi-Seabasses that I gave to Skullgreymon after waking up would mean that I would only have enough black trouts in order to be able to get up to 99 Digi-Seabasses and go no further. I was commenting on the fishing though. When it comes to waiting for the fish to go for your bait, I would say that the Digi-Seabasses are easier, but when it comes to like pressing X at the right time, when the fish are taking your bait, as well as how long they need to take your bait for before you press X, plus the physical act of reeling the fish in, I would say that the black trouts on the whole are easier. I find that with the black trouts you tend to wait longer before one of them goes for your bait, but then after that the black trouts are easier for the rest of it. On the whole, I think that catching black trouts is quicker and easier than catching Digi-Seabasses. That is us done. Back to 99 Digi-Seabasses, and hopefully we'll be able to make it through today without needing to give him any more. That means that you know, the 99 Digi-Seabasses will be left alone until tomorrow, and then we won't have to start picking away at them until tomorrow. You know, they will stay at 99 until 4 PM tomorrow, which is when we wake up. I'm not sure why the people who made this game, I'm not sure why they chose for Digi-Seabasses to you know, slightly prolong your Digimon's lifespan. I don't know why they chose for, you know, the Digi-Seabasses to prolong your Digimon's lifespan by a tiny extent. And I'm not sure how it got discovered that Digi-Seabasses, you know, prolong your Digimon's lifespan by a tiny amount. And I'm also not sure if the makers of this game wanted to give you the opportunity to, you know, prolong your Digimon's lifespan by a significant amount, enabling you to do challenges that you wouldn't expect to be possible. I don't know if the makers of this game accounted for you being able to do challenges like these and other challenges as a result of abusing the benefits of Digi-Seabasses and keeping your Digimon alive. I'm really not sure. But even though it is a massive pain having to catch so many fish, I am, you know, glad that there is the option to, you know, keep your Digimon alive, prolong your Digimon's lifespan. You know, I'm glad that there are ways of making challenges like these possible, even if it does require catching tons and tons and tons of fish, which is very slow, very painful, very boring, very tedious, very repetitive, just not a nice task to be taken on, is the gist of what I'm saying here. But as I'm playing this game, you know, I don't know if there is a limit as to how long a Digimon can live for. I don't know if there's a limit with, you know, the age that a Digimon can live to. I don't know if it is possible to just keep your Digimon alive indefinitely and just keeping your Digimon alive. Or if there is some sort of limit. I suppose we might find out as this challenge develops. our Digimon is currently over the age of 100. I don't know how far you can go with that. I don't know if it's possible for a Digimon to live to 1,000, 10,000, more than that even. I don't know if it's unlimited. But I can't imagine myself being prepared to investigate and find out. It's possible that my Digimon might live to 300 in this challenge, but I really don't think I'm going to go any further than that. Once again, I'm trying to improve my discipline. I'm hoping that he will refuse a medium recovery. There you go. We can get one more refusal and one more scold. That might be enough to put our discipline up to the maximum, or at least very close to the maximum. Okay, he's refusing again. And he does also want to eat. Yeah. If I remember rightly, Skullgreymon reached 120 on Year 5, Day 1. It's almost Year 5, Day 11, which is surely 10 days later. And with that in mind, I'm wondering if that means that Skullgreymon is going to reach 130, and the age will stop showing as 12 and show as 13 instead. It's not hugely significant, I don't think. If our Digimon is 120, then we've still got lots of work to do. If our Digimon is 130, then we've still got lots of work to do. If our Digimon is 150, we've still got lots of work to do. It's just sort of tiny steps of progress, tiny steps in the right direction, but we still have a very long way to go. We're not going to get a medal for our Digimon living to a certain age. We're going to get a medal once a certain amount of time has gone by, once 10 years have gone by, which is also the same as 300 days, that's what will get us a medal. I mean, I understand that our Digimon, under these circumstances, our Digimon would have to live to 300, and that would, mark the point in which we would get the medal, our Digimon turning 300, but it's not our Digimon reaching 300 which would be getting us the medal. It would be the 10 years going by, making it to year 11, day 1. That's what will get us a medal, not our Digimon living to 300, reaching the age of 300. It works out that the day that our Digimon reaches 300 should be the day in which we get a medal, but the medal's not going to be for our Digimon living to 300. It's going to be for 10 years going by, which just happens to be on the same day as the day that our Digimon would reach 300, as far as I'm aware. Okay, we are now 130, 20 days away from the halfway point, and even though Skull Greymon wanted the toilet, I chose to put him to sleep without taking him to the toilet or giving him a portable potty, because I'm not happy about how often I'm needing to take measures to increase happiness and discipline in order for Skull Greymon to not fade away sooner than expected. The problem is arising from how much I'm having to force feed him and the implications that's having on happiness and discipline, and I'm having to, put that right by, praising him and then, getting him to refuse items so that I can scold him. Where Skull Greymon needed the toilet when he also wanted to sleep, I was able to let him sleep and fill up the virus gorge by one step, and without it impacting on our happiness and discipline. And I'm not sure about having him mess on the floor when he's awake, because, that would impact happiness and discipline even further, but I would like to fill up the virus gorge. If I'm able to, if it works out that that every time he wants to sleep, he also wants the toilet, and I can, you know, get away with letting him sleep when he needs the toilet, and him, you know, messing on the floor during his sleep, and it not affecting our happiness and discipline, and it, you know, putting the virus gorge one step closer to being full each time, then that would be great. And the back dimension is available. Okay, we can go to the back dimension today, and we can challenge Machinedramon, and we can get another chain melon. I would like to fill up the virus gorge, because I don't think it's working out, me having Skullgreymon as my Digimon. His routine is not helpful, I'm having to force feed him a lot, that's having problems with happiness and discipline, which is having problems with lifespan, and I am thinking about, you know, filling up the virus gorge so that I can digivolve to Sukamon, and then I can either, well, I have the choice of staying as Sukamon or using a Digivolution item to digivolve to a different Digimon. I could very easily get hold of a gold banana from Etamon and digivolve from Sukamon to Etamon. I'm just not sure how to go about filling the virus gorge, whether I'm going to be messing on the floor when my Digimon is awake, or trying to go about it in a way where I can get away with only messing on the floor when my Digimon is asleep. It might not be possible to do things that way, and I might have to mess on the floor when my Digimon is awake. The last time Skullgreymon needed the toilet, I did just take him to the toilet. But you know, if it turns out that I need him to mess on the floor when he's awake, then that's going to affect our happiness and discipline even further, and I will end up needing to take even more measures to help out happiness and discipline, and thus help out lifespan. You know, filling up the virus gorge and having my Digimon mess on the floor, you know, initially it would make things worse, it would, you know, make things harder, because instead of gaining happiness and discipline from taking my Digimon to the toilet, I would be losing happiness and discipline from my Digimon messing on the floor. You know, I would have to take further measures to aid my happiness and discipline. So, you know, initially it would be worse, it would be harder, but if I was to, you know, digivolve to Sukamon, you know, move on from Skullgreymon to a different Digimon, and have a better routine, then, yeah, a routine where I don't need to force feed my Digimon as much. You have a routine where my happiness and discipline is not going down by too much, and, you know, my lifespan is not being affected, then ideally I would be able to, you know, make it through each day without needing to worry about happiness and discipline, because hopefully they'll both stay full enough, and, you know, lifespan won't become a problem. It's just about the initial transition of getting from Skullgreymon to a different Digimon. You know, things will initially get harder, but eventually it should work out. You know, in the end, it should, you know, it should work out to be a lot easier. You know, in the short run, things will be harder, but hopefully, in the long run, it will work out to be a lot easier, and it will work out to be worthwhile. I'm thinking short-term pain, long-term gain. I am, of course, looking out for items that could be of use. You know, something like a blue apple or an ice mushroom would really help out in regards to the happiness and discipline. Chain melon would also help, and yeah, we are not far away from getting our next chain melon. The back dimension was not at the Grey Lord's mansion or the Olga Fortress. That means it can only be at the Ice Sanctuary, which is going to be our next destination. And that was excellent timing with Skullgreymon deciding that he wanted the toilet just as we were approaching a toilet. But he's next going to need the toilet in 6 hours' time, and Skullgreymon is less than 6 hours away from wanting to sleep. I think he's just 3 hours away from wanting to sleep, so we've got no chance of having Skullgreymon mess on the floor in his sleep. Unless we were to prolong his lifespan further, so that, you know, when he wants to sleep, we sort of prolong his lifespan further and keep him awake until he does want the toilet, and then let him sleep. But then that's going to, you know, cost more Digi-Seabasses, and keeping him alive against his will, you know, depending on how we go about it, it might affect happiness and discipline and lifespan. It's year 5, day 12, if I remember rightly, and surely that means that the next back dimension will be year 6, day 2. The items didn't respawn, but our main focus is on Machinedramon and the Chain Melon. think it's fair to say that in that battle, Ice Statue trumped Thunderbolt. I don't know where Digimon gets these chain melons from, but it would be nice if we could have an unlimited supply of them. You know, if there was a way in which we could get hold of them as and when we want them, you know, like a unlimited supply of them, that would be fantastic. Because we would no longer have to worry about lifespan. Yeah, we would no longer have to worry about catching Digi-Seabasses, because the chain melons would keep our Digimon alive. We also wouldn't have to worry about happiness and discipline because of how positively chain melons impact happiness. I'm not sure about discipline, but I know it positively impacts happiness. And even if it doesn't have any effect on discipline, you could scold your Digimon until your discipline is at the maximum, and then max out your happiness by feeding chain melons to your Digimon. But it seems that chain melons are a lot rarer than that, a lot more special than that. And you know, the fact that the supply is so limited, maybe that's part of what makes them so special. Yeah, melons are particularly valuable in Yoshi's story. They give you more points than any of the other fruit. And if you want to, you know, finish with the highest possible scores, then you have to eat nothing but melons. And on each level, there is you have to eat 30 fruit in order to complete each level, and the number of melons on each level is 30 exactly, and that means that on every level you have to eat every melon in order to be able to eat nothing but melons and get the, and then as a result of that be able to get a higher score. So melons are very valuable in Yoshi's story, and they're not too bad in this game either. Yeah, in this game they're not too bad either. Extending lifespan, reducing tiredness, helping with happiness and possibly discipline as well. suppose I have a choice with the chain melons. Yeah, when I get one, yeah, I could give it to my Digimon at the start of the very next day. Yeah, benefit from it straight away. Or try and hold on to it and reserve it for when it might be more valuable. For example, if my happiness and discipline was to, you know, go down, then a chain melon is something that could help. You know, lately I've been abusing the scold trick, but you know, a chain melon could also be a solution. The scold trick involves praising your Digimon until happiness is full, and then being able to produce justifiable scolds in order to get your discipline back up, offering your Digimon items, hoping that your Digimon will refuse the item and then scold your Digimon. With chain melons, I think it'd be more a case of scolding your Digimon to increase discipline, and then giving your Digimon a chain melon to boost your happiness. And then afterwards, hopefully, happiness and discipline would both be about full. The scolding trick involves boosting your happiness first, and then aiding your discipline with the scolding trick, which hopefully leaves your happiness and discipline both being full or close to full afterwards. And then the chain melon, well, I mean, the plan is to get the same eventual outcome of happiness and discipline both being full or thereabouts, but the difference is that you scold your Digimon first to help with discipline, and then you give your Digimon a chain melon to help with happiness. If we do replace Skullgreymon, another thing I won't miss about him is the fact that he sometimes refuses to eat food items, sometimes refuses to eat Digi-Seabasses, and we really can't be having that now, can we? If he doesn't eat the Digi-Seabasses, then he will die as a result of it. I'm giving him the Digi-Seabasses to keep him alive, and I'm waiting for him to mess on the floor, and he's in the process of it, and the Virus Gorge is now, we are now 2 steps of the way there with the Virus Gorge. Yeah, we have now filled it by 2/16ths, which simplifies to 1/8. Messing on the floor another 14 times, and it will be Hello Sukamon. And then probably followed by Etamon. So it'd be a case of Hello Sukamon, Hello Etamon, here I am at Camp Digimon World. And if you don't get the reference, well, that was a very lousy reference of the song Camp Granada. Anyways, we are here in the item shop, and we are going to probably be consuming medium recoveries, because although I would love for Skull Greymon to refuse every medium recovery that I offer him, it's highly unlikely that that will happen, and so far it's been unsuccessful, and continuing to be unsuccessful. But I'm sure that we will... Okay, he's refusing here. I was about to say, I'm sure that, you know, we will have better luck. Yeah, better luck to come, and we did. Oh, and there as well. And since we're in the item shop, when we're done, we can very easily buy more medium recoveries. Oh, and he's refusing again. Okay, that went a lot better than I had feared. Oh, happiness and discipline is fine again. Fine for now, but it will not be staying that way. We're going to be force-feeding Skull Greymon 4 times a day, and if we're going to be messing on the floor as well, then, you know, keeping happiness and discipline at an adequate level is going to be quite a thankless task for the upcoming days. Yeah, for the rest of having Skull Greymon as our Digimon. You know, we've certainly got our work cut out for the upcoming days. He will definitely need the toilet once more before he sleeps. Okay. This has passed an hour. Now if we wait, it shouldn't be long before he messes on the floor. There you go. I have a feeling that your Digimon messing on the floor can result in your tamer level going down, but we don't need to worry about that. Our tamer level is already at the lowest. It can't go down anymore. And I've gone back to trying to abuse the scold trick because of the fact that happiness and discipline went down from Skull Greymon messing on the floor for a 3rd time, and I'm trying to, you know, get happiness and discipline back up. Well, I mean, I've already got happiness back up, and I'm now working on discipline. I'm worried that he might fade away on the next hour, which is only minutes away. I'm worried that, you know, he won't last until 6 PM, but we can get another scold here, and now we should be fine. Oh wait, actually, sorry, I take that back. He probably wouldn't have faded away on the last hour. If he was to fade away early, then it probably would have been on this hour. He probably would have faded away when reaching this hour, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to put Skull Greymon to sleep, because he would have faded away before I would have had the chance. But yeah, I was worried that he would fade away before I could put him to sleep, that we wouldn't be able to make it up to the point in which he sleeps, but we managed to get another scold in, and if our discipline would have been a problem, it was no longer a problem thanks to the last scold. Here he is, messing on the floor for what I think is it the 4th time or 5th time? I'm losing track already. Well, regardless of how many it's been, we're making progress each time he does mess on the floor. You know, me knowing how full the virus scourge is won't have any impact on, you know, the Digivolution from Skullgreymon to Sukamon. You know, the game knows all the facts, the game knows how full the virus scourge is. You know, whether or not I've got the knowledge won't have any impact. With if our discipline is, you know, full or close to full, then Skullgreymon will hold on for over an hour before he will go to the toilet. If our discipline is a bit less full, then he'll hold on for about an hour. If his discipline is less full, then he will hold on for less than an hour. And at the moment it's working out so that when Skullgreymon first signals for the toilet, I'm training once to pass an hour, and then I'm loitering briefly, waiting for him to go to the toilet. Now, there are 4 giant turds on the ground. You know, we're talking Skullgreymon size turds. If it is just 4, then that means that we are a quarter of the way there. We need another 12. From looking at the virus scourge, it looked like it probably was about a quarter full, so I think that this will be the 5th time of messing on the floor. I think after he signalled for the toilet, I think I didn't then train once. I was expecting him to mess on the floor very soon afterwards, and then he didn't. And then I concluded that I must have that I must have been an hour ahead of myself, and that it was still, and that I needed to pass an hour, so I then trained once and then he messed on the floor. I should have trained and then waited, but I must have been an hour ahead of myself. I must have thought that an hour had already gone by and that he was only minutes away from messing on the floor, and I was wrong to think that. Right, if we digivolve to Sukamon, like I'm planning on doing, the plan would be to then digivolve to Etamon. I've had him before, and as far as I can remember, his, routine was good. We didn't have any problems. I mean, none that affected his, none that put his lifespan at risk. He will be able to use Thunderbolt and Megalospark. Those will be ideal techniques to use against Machinedramon when we encounter Machinedramon at the back dimension every 20 days or so. So I'm thinking I'm thinking that we're probably going to go from Skullgreymon to Sukamon to Etamon. When we have Sukamon, we will have one final chance to clear up any pieces of shit that are lying around. And we shouldn't need to mess on the floor again there afterwards. Our stats will be halved when we digivolve to Sukamon, and we will have the same stats when we digivolve to Etamon. Our stats are going to be about half of what they are now, but we're going to have loads of time on our hands, loads of time to pass, and at the moment I'm passing most of each active day by training at the Green Gym, and if we have Etamon as our Digimon, then we're going to need to continue to pass the time, and we can continue to get through Etamon's active hours by training at the Green Gym, as well as resting when necessary, and letting Etamon sleep when he wants to sleep, and then again get through the active hours by training, and we should be able to get our stats back up to the maximum soon enough. I think I'll prioritise attack, because I think that would be most valuable when it comes to the back dimension, when it comes to Machinedramon rematches. Also Etamon can use Muscle Charge, and if we're going to fight Machinedramon with about 500 attack, then I think Muscle Charge will be enough to get our attack up to the maximum during the battle, and then we'll be able to do major damage with Thunderbolt and Megalospark. At the moment we're training at the Green Gym, and without any stat benefits, it's all about wasting time. And if we were to move on to Etamon and continue to train at the Green Gym, then it would be about wasting time and getting our stats back up to the maximum. if we are going to make it up to year 11, day 1, then our stats will return to the maximum long before 10 years have passed. So it's not like we're going to be waiting for our stats to, get to the maximum. Our stats will get to the maximum and we will still have a long time left. Where our discipline is a bit lower, Skullgreymon immediately went to the toilet after training. That's fine. So at the moment it's looking like the Digivolutions throughout this challenge have gone from Agumon to Numamon to Muncymon to Sukamon to Metal Greymon to Sukamon. I think it was then Piximon, Sukamon, Machinedramon, Sukamon, Phoenixmon, Sukamon, Digitamamon, Sukamon, Etamon, Sukamon, Skullgreymon, Sukamon, and then Etamon again. Sukamon and Etamon will be the only Digimon who we've had more than once in this challenge. So it would work out that we would have had Etamon twice, would have had Sukamon loads of times, and then would have had all the other Digimon once. Agumon, Numamon, Muncymon, Metal Greymon, Piximon, Machinedramon, Phoenixmon, Digitamamon, Skullgreymon, It looks like Skullgreymon's being a bit more cooperative at the moment, which is not what I want. I don't want him to be cooperating, I don't want him to be, agreeing to take these items. I want him to refuse so I can scold him again. We've got plenty of money, we can always, just buy more items if we need to. not really the point though, I just want him to refuse so that I can... Okay, he is refusing. I just want him to refuse so that I can scold him and then be done. I'm trying to think how many times I've actually had Sukamon in this challenge. Because, if you think about it, I started with Agumon and went from Numamon to Muncymon. We then digivolved to Sukamon, so that's 1. Then Metal Greymon, then Sukamon again, that's 2. Then Piximon, then Sukamon again, that's 3. Then Machinedramon, then Sukamon again, that's 4. Then Phoenixmon, then Sukamon again, that's 5. Then Sukamon and then Digitamamon, that's 6. Then Sukamon and Etamon, that's 7. Then Sukamon and Skull Greymon, I think that's 8. And if we're gonna, I think I make that 8, and then if we're gonna be Digivolving to Etamon again and needing another Sukamon Digivolution, then that's going to be 9. I think that's 9 times that we would have Sukamon in total in this challenge. There's the ultimates, there's Muncymon, Metal Greymon, Piximon, Machinedramon, Phoenixmon, Digitamamon, Etamon twice, Skull Greymon, I think that's either 9 or 8 times of having Sukamon. Muncymon, Sukamon, Metal Greymon, Sukamon, Piximon, Sukamon, Machinedramon, Sukamon, Phoenixmon, Sukamon, Digitamamon, Sukamon, Etamon, Sukamon, Skull Greymon, Sukamon, Etamon. Okay, I think it's 8. I think it will work out. I think it will turn out that we've had Sukamon 8 times, Etamon twice, and then all the other Digimon once. Agumon, Numamon, Muncymon, Metal Greymon, Piximon, Machinedramon, Phoenixmon, Digitamamon, Skull Greymon. Yeah, I would have had each of them once. If it is possible to do a special Digivolution from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, then I suppose I could have, had at least one less Sukamon Digivolution. But the number of times that we have Sukamon doesn't really affect a great deal. I'm just thinking about the Digivolution chart. It was inevitable that I was never going to fill it in this challenge. It was inevitable that I wouldn't have any baby Digimon or in training Digimon, that I would only have one rookie Digimon. In total, there are only 2 separate champion Digimon who I would have had throughout this challenge. Both of them are Filth Digimon, one being Numamon, the other being Sukamon. And then, as for the ultimate Digimon, I think that it will work out that I would have filled the ultimate Digivolution chart by about half, because there's about 15 ultimates in this game, and I think I've had 8 different ultimate Digimon: Muntzymon, Metal Greymon, Piximon, Machinedramon, Phoenixmon, Digitamamon, Etamon and Skull Greymon. The fact that we've had Etamon twice doesn't affect the Digivolution chart. Yeah, we've had, I think, 8 different ultimate Digimon, which is about half, and it would be possible to go further than that. I mean, we could, by playing more curling, having more curling matches against Metal Mumemon, we could get the Digivolution item for Metal Mumemon, the Metal Armor, the Digivolution item for Mumemon, the Silver Ball, the Digivolution item for Guromon, the Chainsaw. That would bring it up to 11. We've had the Digivolution item for Vadermon, the Ray Gun. Could have used that. That would have made it 12. For winning one of the tournaments, we got Andromon's Digivolution item. Is it called Cyber Parts or something? That would have made it 13 Ultimate Digimon. Also, from winning, if we were to compete in another S tournament, there would be the option of winning the Mega Hand, the Digivolution item for Megadramon. That would bring it up to 14 Digimon. I'm just waiting to see if Skull Greymon's going to need the toilet. Okay, well, I've gone until the last minute of the hour. I was hoping that Skull Greymon might end up needing the toilet, and that I could get away with sleeping while he needs the toilet and have him mess on the floor during his sleep. But it was no good. He didn't need the toilet. So I was unsuccessful with that. Megadramon would have made it 14. So, if I wanted to, it would have been, theoretically possible to digivolve to, 6 other Ultimate Digimon that I'm able to think of. I think the other Ultimate is Hercules Carbuterimon, and I think he's the only Digimon who I wouldn't be able to get, because I wouldn't be able to digivolve to him naturally, and in order to get his Digivolution item, you have to win the Beetle tournament in Beetleland, but you need to have an Insectoid Digimon in order to be able to compete in it. And in order to be successful with this challenge, we had to go about our Digivolutions in a way where we went from Agumon to Numamon to Muncymon, and that has ruled out any chance of Digivolving to an Insectoid Digimon. We have no way of getting Kunamon, no way of getting Carboterimon, no way of getting Kawagamon, no way of getting Hercules Carboterimon, no way of competing in the Beetle tournament, no way of getting the Digivolution item for Hercules Carboterimon. For us to be able to compete in the Beetle tournament, we would need either Kunamon, or Kawagamon, or Carboterimon, or Hercules Carboterimon. We're not able to get any of those Digimon, and that means not being able to compete in the Beetle tournament. That means not being able to get the Digivolution item for Hercules Carboterimon, as well as not being able to get him naturally. I think he is the only Ultimate Digimon who we wouldn't be able to get in this challenge. He's the only one that I can think of. We have had 8 of the Ultimate Digimon, and I can think of 6 others who we could have gotten and could still get, but there would be no point. We wouldn't have anything to gain from it. There would be no sense in it. There's no point filling up the Digivolution chart by a certain extent. Either it's all or nothing. Either you fill it the whole way and get a medal, or you don't fill it the whole way and you don't get a medal. It doesn't matter if you fill it by 10% or fill it by 90%. Either way, you won't get a medal. You only get a medal if you fill it by 100%. There's nothing to, gain from, Digivolving to the other Ultimate Digimon who we are able to Digivolve to. The only other medal that we might be able to get is the 10-year medal. It is all about that last medal, the 10-year medal, which is the only other medal that we might be able to get. We're not going to be able to get the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon, and that's the only medal that we definitely won't be able to get. The only other medal that I'm pursuing is the 10-year medal, and if we get that medal, then that would mean having 14 out of 15 medals. It's all about just trying to pass as much time as possible, trying to get through the days as quickly as possible, trying to survive, hoping that we can live until 10 years have elapsed and then get the 10-year medal, the medal that you get when 10 years have gone by. again I'm hoping that he'll need the toilet. And again I'm unsuccessful. We are more than halfway with the virus gorge, that is clear. It looks like it's about 60% full. Sea basses are starting to go down again. At this rate we will have 54 by the time that the day ends. At this rate we're going to have 54 Sea basses at the end of the day. And then it will only be one more day until our Sea basses would be under 50. They would be at 49. How is it that a Digimon who doesn't have a particularly big appetite can produce such giant turds? I mean, I think Skullgreimon's appetite only kicks in twice a day, and yet he produces such massive turds. I mean, admittedly, we are, feeding him more than what he should eat. We are force feeding him a lot. And I suppose bigger creatures equals bigger shit. Bigger creatures equals more shit. If we wind back to when there were dinosaurs on planet Earth, and the really big dinosaurs like the T-Rex, I would hate to think what it was like when they went for a dump. I think the worst part of looking after animals is the amount of shit that you have to scoop up. Some animals literally are turd machines. Whereas if you were to not let your Digimon sleep, keep them awake 24 hours a day, then I think baby Digimon would go to the toilet the most. Well, baby and in training Digimon I think would go to the toilet the most number of times, because I think they need to go every 3 hours. Rookie Digimon I think is every 4 hours. Then Champion and Ultimate Digimon I think is every 6 hours. So with like Champion and Ultimate Digimon, I think you're looking at a maximum of 4 per day. But baby Digimon, you could be looking at about 8 per day. Although when a Digimon needs the toilet, they don't start needing the toilet again until after they've been, and that means that if a baby Digimon, say, needs to go after 3 hours, but then you don't take it to the toilet straight away, you know, say like an hour's gone by before you take the Digimon to the toilet, then, you know, 4 hours have gone by when the Digimon goes to the toilet, and then it won't need to go again for another 3 hours from then, which means that 7 hours in it would want to go for the second time. But then if it's another hour before you take the Digimon to the toilet, then, you know, that's 8 hours gone, and it's only gone to the toilet twice. If you have your discipline at the absolute minimum, then I think that a Digimon, when it needs the toilet, it will only hold on for about 10 or 15 minutes. And if a baby Digimon needs the toilet after 3 hours, and its discipline is at the minimum, and you loiter, and it will probably like mess on the floor after like 10 or 15 minutes. Or if you maybe like take it to the toilet straight away, or if you just like stand by the toilet and just do nothing each day, then, you know, it should go to the toilet immediately. And if you keep a Digimon awake for 24 hours, then, you know, maybe a baby Digimon might be able to manage 8 shits in one day. A baby Digimon, or in training Digimon. Maybe a rookie might be able to manage 6 in one day. Maybe a champion or ultimate might be able to manage 4 in one day. I'm going to have to wait a bit longer here because our discipline is almost full, so he's going to hold on for longer. But he is now going. But today I decided to use my chain melon instead of using more Digi-Seabasses, and because of that I scolded my Digimon first, then gave him a chain melon, and that will see us through the day. I won't need to give my Digimon any Digi-Seabasses for the day, won't need to force feed my Digimon at all. Happiness and discipline is pretty good at the moment. Yeah, we will only feed our Digimon when it wants the toilet. Sorry, we will only feed our Digimon when it wants to eat, and sirloins will be what we feed our Digimon. But we are still going to be continuing to have our Digimon mess on the floor, and that's going to lower our happiness and discipline, and you can probably tell that I am going to be doing the scolding trick again. Our Digi-Seabasses have managed to stay at 54 because I used a chain melon today. Well, technically yesterday, because it's past midnight, it's now a new day, but for this active day for Skullgreymon, I used a chain melon instead of Digi-Seabasses, because of that, you know, we've been able to keep our number of Digi-Seabasses above half. It's 54 at the moment, but it's not going to be staying there. Our discipline is about 3/4 full, which isn't good enough, and we haven't had any luck with the medium recoveries so far. He's continuing to take them, and that's all he's done so far. Okay, he's refusing for the first time. Gonna need to do at least 1 or 2 more. Ah, and he's refused again. I think the virus gorge is now just 2 away from being full. It looked like it was 14 out of 16, you know, 2 adrift of 16 out of 16. That will mean only needing to mess on the floor twice more in order to get Sukamon again. I think it was 2 away. It looked like it was either 1 away or 2 away, but I'm more inclined to think it was 2. But because of the chain melon, we can get away with not having to let Skullgreymon sleep straight away. We can continue to rest. I'm trying to get to the point where Skullgreymon wants the toilet, because I'm hoping to be able to get away with Skullgreymon messing on the floor during his sleep. That requires sleeping when your Digimon wants the toilet, and our Digimon does need the toilet and does want to sleep as well. Get 1 more care mistake, and without it affecting our happiness and discipline, need to avoid the toilet, like so. Virus Gorge is just one away from being full. We only need to mess on the floor once more. Those 3 Digi-Sea-Basses will give us 9 hours. More than enough for us to make it up to the point in which Skullgreymon will need the toilet again. It should be 6 hours into the day when he will next need the toilet. Okay, he needs the toilet. Train once more. We're now 7 hours into the day. We are now about to Digivolve. The Virus Gorge has reached the maximum. Sukamon is now our Digimon, or at least for the time being. And he needs to sleep. So we can skip forward by X number of hours. But we now need to use sea basses again. This will give us 3 hours. Time to clean the city up. Also, maybe clean up the outskirts of the city as well. I know there's a few turds at the Dragon Eye Lake, and I think that there might be others in like the surrounding areas, like the native forest, places like that. So as well as cleaning up the city, we can also clean up the places like just outside of the city. I'm not going to get too carried away. You know, I'm not going to go through the whole game, you know, cleaning up everywhere in the entire game. I just want to clean up the city and the nearby areas. And happiness and discipline is important regardless of which Digimon you have. We need to keep happiness and discipline topped up, despite the fact that we no longer have Skullgreymon and now have Sukamon instead. You know, it's just as significant, it's just as important. That's why I'm doing the scolding trick with Sukamon. We no longer need to mess on the floor. Yeah, we no longer have anything to gain from it. But we will still need to force feed our Digimon at times, regardless of whether it's Sukamon or Etamon or a different Digimon. That will, you know, put happiness and discipline down, but then the benefits of feeding our Digimon when it wants to eat and taking it to the toilet when it wants the toilet and things like that should keep happiness and discipline high enough in order for it to not be a problem. I just want to see to my happiness and discipline here and now, because they did get affected by Skullgreymon messing on the floor. And I just want to have happiness and discipline where it needs to be, ahead of our time with Sukamon, and whatever Digimon we might be with after that. Of course, if I want to clean up the city and the surrounding areas, then I'll need to remain as Sukamon for the time being. I'll have to do the cleanup before Digivolving to the next Digimon. If I was to Digivolve, it would make sense to. It would make sense to use a different Digimon to Sukamon. And out of all of the Digivolution items that are available to us, the Digivolution items for Ultimate Digimon, the Gold Banana has surely got to be the easiest to get hold of, the fastest to get hold of. And I'm getting a bit annoyed with Sukamon taking all of these items and not refusing. He has to refuse eventually. There is the statistical possibility of him refusing. Ah, there you go. Okay, hopefully we won't need to do any more tricks like that again. Even though we want like chain melons for the extended lifespan, hopefully we shouldn't have to rely on chain melons anymore for helping happiness and discipline. Hopefully we shouldn't have to do the scold trick again. Hopefully we will be able to naturally keep our happiness and discipline high enough here onwards. I was bothered about Skullgreymon's routine, but we don't have Skullgreymon anymore. We don't have to worry about his routine anymore. Sukamon's routine should be fine. Etamon's routine should be fine. I am just checking the city, just making sure there's no spots that have been missed. As I said, we're not, going everywhere in the game. We're just going to check the places in the city, and then places like the Dragon Eye Lake, the Native Forest, the Digimon Bridge, places like that. Even in the city, we're not going to be able to see to all of it. There's the one in the arena tournament that we can't seem to reach. There's one in the clinic that we can't seem to reach. And I do think that the city is a prettier place when it's not covered in feces. I think that everywhere in the Digimon world is a prettier place when it's not covered in feces. So I do like to try to clean up what can be cleaned up. And ideally, we wouldn't have Digimon messing on the floor in the first place, but we need Sukamon that means needing to fill the virus gorge. That means needing to mess on the floor 16 times. There are other reasons for why it might be a good idea to mess on the floor, like if you're aiming for a certain Digivolution, you know, things like care mistakes can, you know, affect Digivolutions, among other things as well. So as much as I don't like my Digimon to mess on the floor, it can't really be avoided completely, because there are some cases where you need it to happen. And if you end up with Sukamon or Numamon as your Digimon, then that, you know, presents you with an opportunity to, you know, do a bit of cleaning up. You know, throughout this challenge, I've had to mess on the floor so many times, and, you know, considering that I've been, you know, everywhere in the game, you know, who knows, you know, how much feces there is on the floor, you know, who knows, like, how many places there are in the game which contain feces. You know, I really, you know, I'm not going to just, you know, go through the whole game. It's just, like, my focus is just on the city and the, you know, places surrounding the city. You know, I went to the Digimon Bridge and got the gold banana, and went from the Digimon Bridge to Kunamon's bed to the native forest. Now I'm at the Dragon Eye Lake, and then from here I can return to the city the other way, going through the native forest, and then I can, well, once I'm back in the city, I can then get on with the rest of the challenge. The next step seems simple enough. Give Sukamon the gold banana, make him digivolve to Etamon, and then I should be able to keep Etamon for the rest of the challenge. I don't see any reason why I would need to digivolve again. Yeah, for what's left, surely I've got as good a chance of doing it as with Etamon than with any other Digimon. You know, I can't think of anything else where a specific Digimon would be needed or multiple Digimon would be needed. Surely, if we digivolve to Etamon, then we won't need to digivolve again. This is the point where we digivolve. Etamon it is, obviously. Stats have been halved. That can be resolved. Thunderbolt Megalospark encounter. Although, if our attack is not at the maximum when we have the next Machinedramon rematch, then it would probably be a good idea to switch counter with Muscle Charge. By training Brains once, we now have the enabled technique. And attack is now going to be the initial priority. We are going to be passing time by training, like we did when we had Skullgreymon as our Digimon. And attack is what we are going to be training initially. But the plan is to get all of our stats up to the maximum, pass time by training, rest when it's a good idea to rest, pass time by sleeping, just try to get through the days as quickly as possible. We are still primarily aiming to make it to year 11, day 1, if possible, and we want to go about it in the quickest, easiest way. And getting through the days as quickly as possible would surely be the best way of going about this. I think Etamon will want to sleep on the next hour. He does, and he's still alive, and he wants to eat. But there's no need to give him a Digi-Seabass because we are on the hour in which we can let Etamon sleep. Regardless of which Digimon I have as my partner Digimon, be it Skullgreymon or Sukamon or Etamon, Etamon being my newest Digimon, the Digimon who I've got now, the Digimon who I very recently digivolved to from Sukamon by using a gold banana, and Sukamon who I digivolved to from Skullgreymon after filling up the Virus Scourge. Regardless of which Digimon I have as my partner Digimon, I still need to keep them alive. I still need to feed them Digi-Seabasses in order to keep them alive, and that's why I've returned to the Dragon Eye Lake, because my number of Digi-Seabasses had gotten down into the 40s, less than half, less than half of 99, less than half of the maximum possible, which is 49. Which is 99. So I've come to the Dragon Eye Lake to catch the number of fish that need to be caught in order to top up my Digi-Sea Basses, starting with catching black trouts with meats, and then I will move on to catching Digi-Sea Basses with the black trouts that I am in the process of catching. You know, in hindsight, if I had known that I would take such a dislike to Skullgreimon's routine, then back when I had the Digimon who I had before Digivolving to Etamon, this is back when I was still competing in the tournaments. I Digivolved to Etamon ahead of the Human Cup. I think Digitamamon was my Digimon before Etamon. I think I Digivolved from Digitamamon to Sukamon and then Etamon. And then when I was done with Etamon, I Digivolved to Skullgreymon and did the version 2 tournament, which was the only individual tournament that I hadn't yet won. And I also made it up to 100 championship wins. But in hindsight, if I had known that how much I would dislike Skullgreimon's routine, then I think that what I would have done was, I think that after finishing with Digitamamon, I think I would have Digivolved to Skullgreymon, won the version 2 tournament, won other tournaments as well, to keep going with the championship wins, and then I would have Digivolved from Skullgreymon to Sukamon, and then to Etamon, and then I would have won the Human Cup with Etamon, which I would have got a medal for, and then and also made it up to 100 championship wins, and then I would have stuck with Etamon for the rest of the challenge. But I went from Digitamamon to Etamon not knowing that I'd have problems with Skullgreymon. And then when I was done with Etamon, I went to Skullgreymon, and I was successful with making it up to 100 championship wins at the arena tournament, and getting the medal for that, and winning and getting all of the other medals linked to the arena. I've got 58 black trouts plus 46 Digi-Sea Basses. With the number of black trouts that I've got, if I was to use all of them to catch Digi-Sea Basses, then that would take me up to 104 Digi-Sea Basses when you combine it to the number of Digi-Sea Basses that I've already got in my inventory, and 104 is 5 more than what you can store in your inventory, but that's not a problem because I'm now giving 5 Digi-Sea Basses to Etamon before starting with catching the Digi-Sea Basses with the black trouts. The 5 Digi-Sea Basses that I'm giving to Etamon should see him through the day, and we are now lighter by 5 Digi-Sea Basses. We have 41 instead of 46, and now if we use the 58 black trouts to catch 58 Digi-Sea Basses, then that is a precise total of 99 Digi-Seabasses. We will have the highest number of possible Digi-Seabasses in our inventory, 99, and we should also be able to make it through the rest of today without the need of giving Etamon any more Digi-Seabasses. As I was saying, yeah, the arena tournaments, I have no complaints about Skullgreymon. I managed to get all of the medals connected to the arena tournament. It's just with the last hurdle of the challenge, which is also proven to be a very big hurdle, but the last hurdle is to try and get the 10-year medal, and Skullgreymon's routine, I didn't like it. I didn't like how much I was having to force feed him, and the effects that was having on happiness and discipline, and the effects that was having on lifespan. So I decided to go no further with Skullgreymon and Digivolve to Sukamon again, and then Digivolve to Etamon from Sukamon, a Digimon who I had already had, and I'm hoping that things will go a lot more smoothly with Etamon's routine. I'm thinking I'll have to force feed him less. I'm thinking that I will be able to feed him more Digi-Seabasses when he wants to eat, instead of force feeding them to him. And I think that our happiness and discipline will stay higher, and I don't anticipate problems with lifespan. I don't anticipate happiness and discipline becoming a problem and leading to issues with lifespan. And, it was a bit of an inconvenience going from Etamon to Skullgreymon and then having to go to Etamon again. And, I was saying about hindsight, and I think it might have made more sense to have gone from Digitamamon to Skullgreymon, and then to Etamon, and then stay with Etamon. Keep Etamon for the rest of the challenge. You have to remember, initially the plan was to do a special Digivolution from Metal Greymon to Skullgreymon. Metal Greymon was only the second ultimate Digimon who I had in this challenge, Muncymon being the first, Metal Greymon being the second, and I tried to Digivolve from Metal Greymon to Skullgreymon as a result of a special Digivolution, which didn't work. It would have been great if it did, because I could have had Skullgreymon there and then, seen to the version 2 tournament there and then, and it would have been a Digivolution which wouldn't have required Digivolving to Sukamon beforehand, and also I wouldn't have had the loss of stats that you get when you Digivolve to Sukamon. And, had the special Digivolution worked, then, maybe things would have gone more smoothly, maybe things would have worked out better, because I would have had Skullgreymon earlier, and I could have, the Digivolution probably would have worked out better, and I could have gone from Skullgreymon to a different Digimon and then not needed Skullgreymon again, and maybe it could have worked out that Etamon would have been the last Digimon who I would have Digivolved to, or maybe a different Digimon, but a Digimon whose, routine, works for me, for the remainder of the challenge, which is what we are now working on, trying to make it to the 10-year medal. Yeah, I can definitely think of at least one thing that I would have done differently, and I'm sure there are, you know, I'm sure that's not the only thing that that could have been done better. But here we are now with Etamon. Out of the 15 medals in the game, I am under the impression that it might be possible to get as many as 14. It definitely won't be possible to get 15, but could be possible to get 14. And I have 13 at the moment. And that means that there's only one more medal that I might be able to get. And I think that at the moment, you know, I could be on course for it. Yeah, I've got a Digimon who should serve us well. I'm going to be passing the time by training and resting and sleeping. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get through each day at the cost of just 5 Digi-Seabasses. 5 Digi-Seabasses per day. I don't think I'm going to encounter any problems with Etamon. I think that, you know, Etamon is as good a Digimon as any for what's left to be done. And you know, even though the journey to this point could have done better, could have gone better, I think that it's great that I'm, you know, now in the position that I'm in, and yeah, I'm hoping that things are going to go well, and that, you know, realistically speaking, things are going to go as well as they can from here onwards. And I've noticed that our age has gone up again. It's now 140. Because I remember when I was 120 and reached 130, now 140. Next will be 150, and that will mark the midway point with the 10-year medal. Year 5, day 22. I think that Etamon would have turned 140 yesterday on year 5, day 21, because the day always seems to end in a 1 when my Digimon reaches the next multiple of 10. You know, day 1, day 11, day 21, and then day 1 of the next year, and then day 11, day 21, and then day 1 of the year after that, etc., etc. Those seem to be the days where my Digimon's age reaches a new multiple of 10. So I think yesterday, day 21, that would have been when Etamon would have reached 140, and then I suppose in 9 days' time it will be year 6, day 1. We will be halfway to year 11, day 1, which is when you get the medal for surviving 10 years. And Etamon will presumably be 150, halfway to being 300. The age that he will need to be, the age that he will be once 10 years have passed, because there's 30 days in a year. 10 years would be 300 days. Etamon will be 300 when we get to year 11, day 1, or so I would think. And next year, year 6, day 1, not only would do I think that that's the halfway point, but also year 6, day 2, I think is when the back dimension is going to be available again. And that would mean being able to have another Machinedramon battle and getting another chain melon. And if it is year 6, day 2, then next after the next back dimension after that should be year 6, day 22. Still the same year, year 6. So not only might we reach the midway point next year, but it looks like we'll also have 2 trips to the back dimension, 2 Machinedramon battles, 2 chain melons. Like with any Digimon, I had to force feed a Digiseabass to Etamon on the very first hour of his active day. You know, straight after waking up, after sleeping, I had to give him a Digiseabass so that he wouldn't fade away on the next hour. You know, a problem that I would have with any Digimon. And then I think it was 2 hours later, when he would have been 1 hour away from fading away, he wanted to eat. I gave him a Digiseabass. That then put us 4 hours away from fading away. By that point, I had given him 2 Digiseabasses. One was given to him when he wanted to eat, one was force-fed to him. And 3 hours later, when Etamon was due to fade away on the next hour, he didn't... his appetite didn't come into play, and I had to force feed him another Digiseabass. I had to force feed him a second Digiseabass of the day, along with giving him 1 Digiseabass when he wanted to eat. And then on the very next hour, when he would have been 3 hours away from fading away, he wanted to eat again, so I was then able to give him a 4th Digiseabass of the day, where for the second time I was giving it to him when he wanted to eat, and that, you know, would have prolonged his lifespan by another 3 hours. And just then his appetite came into play again, enabling me to give him a 5th Digiseabass of the day, and that should be enough for him to see the day through. It is, he wants to sleep. Okay, so during that day, I gave him 5 Digi-Sea-Basses. 2 had to be force-fed to him, but 3 were given to him when he wanted to eat. Is his appetite currently? Yes, he wants to eat again. Well, there wouldn't be any advantage to giving him a Digi-Sea-Bass, so we'll just give him a sirloin instead. Yeah, it made sense to feed him. There were advantages to feeding him, but we wouldn't have had anything extra to gain from giving him a Digi-Sea-Bass instead of any other food item, and giving him a Digi-Sea-Bass would have been wasteful when you look at things that way. So the choice of giving him a sirloin seemed to make a lot more sense to me. Have the benefits of feeding him and without the unnecessary consumption of another Digi-Sea-Bass. But 5 Digi-Sea-Basses per day, same as Skullgreymon, but with Etamon we're only force-feeding him 2 times a day, whereas with Skullgreymon we were force-feeding him 4 times a day. We were giving Skullgreymon 1 Digi-Sea-Bass when he wanted to eat, and 1 sirloin when he wanted to eat. Etamon, we're giving him 3 Digi-Sea-Basses when he wants to eat, and 1 sirloin when he wants to eat. That is a lot better. That should be good enough. At the start of each day, if I was to give him 2 Digi-Sea-Basses to begin with, at the very beginning, then that should mean that he would fade away in 6 hours' time, and we should then be able to survive through the day by giving him 3 more Digi-Sea-Basses when his appetite comes into play, giving him 1 when he wants to eat the first time, giving him another when he wants to eat the second time, giving him a 3rd when he wants to eat for a 3rd time, and then that should be enough in order for him to be able to live until he wants to sleep. And I think that he will probably want to eat for a 4th time when he wants to sleep, and we can just give him a sirloin. I think I understand the routine, and I think I like the routine. It's a lot better than the routine that we had with Skullgreymon. Seeing as I've got my attack up to 900, I'm thinking I might not need to go any further with it, and I've moved on to speed. When we were training attack, our speed was going up as well. I got attack up to about 900, and I'm now training speed, and I'm going to train it until it gets up to 999. HP is also going up, and once we get speed up to the maximum of 999, I will then train HP and get that up to the maximum of 9,999. And while training HP, attack will go up as well, and hopefully while we train HP and get that up to 9,999, at the same time we will get attack up to 999. You know, killing two birds with one stone. You know, we trained attack while also increasing speed. Now we're training speed while also increasing HP. Then we are going to train HP while also increasing attack. And you know, when we get HP to the maximum, I suspect that we will also get attack to the maximum. And by that point, speed will be at the maximum as well. And then we will be left with MP, defense, and brains. You know, I don't think it's necessary to train attack until it gets up to 999 because of the benefits that attack is going to get from training HP. If our attack gets up to 999 while getting HP up to 9,999, then brilliant. If attack is at all short, then we can just train attack a bit more and get that up to 999 as well. I'm just thinking about my training and trying to be effective, and just accounting for the fact that when you train one stat, you do also get stat boosts for a different stat. You know, more modest. You know, the second stat, you know, the secondary stat boost that you're getting is a lot smaller than the primary stat boost that you're getting, but it is still worth accounting for it. That way you don't end up wasting time by training a stat more than what's necessary. If I had, you know, trained attack, got it up to 999, and then, you know, when training HP, the attack boosts that I would have been getting would have been, you know, going to waste. But with our attack being about 100 short of the maximum, you know, the stat boosts that attack is going to be getting from training HP is not going to be going to waste, and hopefully it will work out that I wouldn't have done any unnecessary training, or at least not much unnecessary training. I think we need to get speed up to the maximum by training speed directly, because the only way your speed goes up is either by training speed or training attack. But we've already trained attack and hope to be done with it. And, you know, the stat boosts that speed gets from training attack, you know, that's already happened. And now we are training speed directly, and yeah, we need to get it up to the maximum. Because it's not going to go up any other way, not if we are, you know, done with training attack. If I had, you know, done things in a different order, then maybe it would have been different, but the order I chose was attack first, you know, get it up to being within about 10% of being at the highest possible, and then going the whole way with speed, and then going the whole way with HP. If I didn't start with attack, if I had started with, say, speed instead, or started with HP instead, then, you know, the approach would have been different. If I started with speed, then I probably would have got speed up to about 900, and then gone the whole way with HP, and then gone the whole way with attack, and, you know, tied speed in, the rest of speed, you know, tied it in while getting attack up to the maximum. But, you know, the order we went in was attack, then speed, which is what we are working on, and then we will finish with HP. Unless attack doesn't reach the maximum, and then we will, you know, train attack until it does get to the maximum, but I don't think we will need to train much more of it. And we're going to use the same sort of approach with MP, Defense and Brains. We will begin with one of them, get it to be in within about 10% of being at the maximum. And at the same time, one of the other stats would have gone up as well, because when you train one stat, you also get a smaller stat boost for a different stat, and the stat that we would have been getting the smaller boosts from, we will then move on to that one, train it to the maximum, and then that will just leave one other that we have to get to the maximum, and then while training that, it will also train the stat that we started off with, which we got to being within about 10% of the maximum, and we should be able to finish it off when getting the other stat to the maximum. It's like you train A and it also trains B. You get A to be in near the maximum, then you move on to B, you get B, B has already been helped by that point from training A, but then, you train B and get it up to the maximum, which also trains C, and then, when you've got B up to the maximum, you then move on to C, you train C, which also trains A, and by getting C up to the maximum, you should also be getting A up to the maximum as well. When I think about the back dimension and the Machinedramon battles, I thought that attack would probably be the most urgent stat to train, and then probably followed by speed and then HP. And we are just about done with speed, we will then move on to HP and hopefully get both of those stats to the maximum. Oh wait, we are already done with speed. Yeah, we are done with speed. So now we are working on HP, and you know, our attack is also benefiting from it. Something to be cautious of, though, is the fact that you know, training HP is more tiring than training any of the other stats, and that's going to mean that will mean not being able to train too much before going to the clinic for rest, and also needing to rest at least 2 or 3 times a day, I would think. You know, depending on the stat that you're training, you know, that will have an influence on how much you can get away with training before you need to go to the clinic for rest, and it will also influence how much you need to rest. With training brains, I would think that one rest with training brains, I would think that you could get away with resting just once a day. MP, I would think once or twice. Attack, speed and defense, I would think twice. HP, I would think 2 or 3 times. And yeah, with attack being what we are currently working on, it's important we don't overdo it. We don't want to see the sweat bubble. Then we probably won't be able to train HP as many times per day as we would be able to train some of the other stats, especially brains and MP. I always hate when I see the sweat bubble. You know, it really doesn't help with your happiness and discipline. It really doesn't help with lifespan. You know, I hate seeing the sweat bubble, and I kind of wish that the game sort of had like some sort of warning where you could sort of like monitor your Digimon's tiredness levels like more closely and more easily, so that, you know, you could know exactly like how far away you are from seeing the sweat bubble. and you know, be able to sort of monitor it in a way where you can avoid seeing the sweat bubble because you know what your limits are. You know what to do and what not to do in order to avoid the sweat bubble. When you see the sweat bubble, it's already too late. I just wish that there were like warning signs which would, you know, indicate that you're getting close to the sweat bubble and need to rest. They have like warning signs where the warning signs themselves are not problems. You know, they don't have any sort of negative impact in any sort of way. You know, they just, you know, prevent you from going too far, prevent you from overdoing it. When you see the sweat bubble, it's already too late. You've already overdone it. Harm has already been done. With the remainder of the attack, we are more than halfway there, because our attack was about 900, but now it's over 950, over 960 in fact. And HP is also more than halfway there. So I think it was about, I think it was like 5,000 something, but it's, well, it exceeded 7,500 and now it's exceeded 8,000 as well. At the moment, it's looking pretty good. Like, my current HP and my current attack, it's looking like I judged it correctly with, you know, how, like, what to get my attack up to. You know, like how far to train my attack before moving on to speed and HP. It looks like I've, you know, judged it about right. It's looking like our HP and attack are both going to reach the maximum at around the same sort of time. Anything, feeling like my attack might reach the maximum first. Like as a percentage, I feel like attack is a bit closer to the maximum than our HP. probably will be pleased when I do get my HP up to the maximum, not just because of the fact that my HP will be at the maximum, but also the fact that I won't then need to train HP anymore. I think HP is the worst stat to train, just because of how tiring it is. Okay, attack has reached the maximum. HP, we still have a very small way to go. I think we're talking like training 4 or 5 more times. And each time we train HP, attack is going to go up by 3. So 4 or 5 lots of 3, that's like 12 or 15. I think so. You know, maybe we could have got away with training attack 1 less time. But you know, I really don't think that that's anything to moan about. I don't think that's bad going at all. I'm more for training brains and MP because they don't use up anywhere near as much energy, and you know, you can train those stats a lot more times before you need to think about resting, and you don't need to rest as many times during the day in order to avoid seeing the sweat bubble if it's brains or MP that you're training. But HP is just the worst to train. You have to limit how many times you train before you rest, and you have to be more generous with the resting, you know, in order to ensure that the sweat bubble doesn't make an appearance. And yeah, it's just not the easiest stat to train. I have a feeling that attack might be the next worst after HP, and I think that defense and speed might be a bit less bad than attack, and then I think MP and brains are the easiest to train. That's simply regarding, you know, how tiring it is, the amount of energy that gets used, the amount of tiredness that it causes. You remember when we had Skull Greymon, we had, you know, we passed time by training, and we got all of his stats to the maximum. We got HP and MP from about 5,000 to 9,999. We got attack, defense, speed and brains from about 500 up to 999. And then even after we maxed out our stats, we continued to pass the time by training, and it was brains that we trained. You know, I know brains. I know brains to be a lot less tiring for your Digimon. I know that training brains is a lot less tiring for your Digimon than some of the other stats. And training brains as a way of passing the time struck me as a sensible idea because of the fact that we would be consuming less energy, making our Digimon less tired. Smaller risk of seeing the sweat bubble, smaller need to rest. I'm hoping to continue to pass the time with Etamon, continue to train, continue to pass the time by training, and if I'm able to keep him alive for as long as I need to, then our stats will get to the maximum, and I'll then be in a position where if I continue to train to pass the time, then there will still be the benefit of it consuming time, but we won't get any further stat gains from it. And when I do, well, if that does turn out to be the case, then when I do continue to train, it definitely won't be HP that I'll be training. I think that any of the other stats would be okay. Training any of the other stats, I think that would be okay. I think it's just HP that we should avoid. You'll remember when my attack speed and HP were all adrift of the maximum, I started by training attack, got it up to 900, moved on to speed, got speed up to the maximum, moved on to HP, got HP up to the maximum, while also doing the last of the work with attack. While training HP, I got attack up to the maximum as well, did the remainder of the attack. And the focus is now on the other three stats, MP, defense and brains. I've started with defense, and you can probably guess what I'm going to do. I'm going to train defense until it gets to about 900. Then I will move on to brains. By that point, our brains will be better than what it used to be because of the stat boosts that brains will get from training defense. And I will train brains until I get brains up to the maximum, 999. At the same time, MP will benefit from that. And when we are done with brains, I will move on to MP and train MP to the maximum, 9,999. And at the same time, that should hopefully get defense up to 999, and then all of our stats will be at the maximum. if it's a case of, you know, just continue training to continue to pass the time, you know, keep training to keep passing the time, then I'll have to try and decide, you know, what stat to train. Yeah, I think with brains I would have minimal risk of tiredness, but when you enter the green gym, brains is further away than most of the other stats, and it will take a bit longer to, you know, reach brains, and, you know, take a bit longer to, you know, leave the gym when, like, heading for the toilet or heading to the clinic. Not to mention that if I'm going to if I'm not going to immediately take my Digimon to the toilet, if I'm going to train once more after my Digimon first signals for the toilet, then it's going to take longer to get to the toilet, because the toilet will be further away, and that does have an increased risk of our Digimon messing on the floor due to me not making it to the toilet in time. Okay, no mention of back dimension, but I'm sure that today is the day that the back dimension is due, and it does make me wonder if timing is significant. It makes me wonder if it might be 20 days to the exact hour. If you think about when Digimon gives you the chain melon, you know, whatever time it might be on that day, it makes me wonder if it has to be 20 days to the exact hour before Digimon mentions about the back dimension again. That's why I'm returning to Digimon's house. I want to keep checking. And my check-in ends here because he has now mentioned about Analog Man, and that the fact that he didn't mention before but then did mention 1 hour later, despite the fact it was still the same day, that adds to the belief that maybe it is 20 days to the exact hour. You know, that 24 hours in a day, times that by 10, 240 hours in 10 days, double that, 480 hours in 20 days. Maybe it is exactly 480 hours before Digimon will again mention about Analog Man. So maybe it's not just a case of speaking to him again 20 days later, but rather exactly 20 days when accounting for individual hours. You know, maybe, you know, timing is crucial. You know, if you defeat Machinedramon on day 5 at I don't know, 10 AM, then maybe on day 25 at 6 AM there'll be no mention of Analog Man, but at 10 AM there will be mention of Analog Man. I'd be more inclined to think that it wouldn't be 20 days from when Digimon mentions about Analog Man, but rather 20 days from when you defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension, or 20 days from when you speak to Digimon again and have him talk to you and present you with the chain moon. I was saying about training to do once stats are at the maximum, and I was saying about the advantage of brains but a possible disadvantage as well. I mean, HP and attack are the two nearest pieces of equipment, so when you enter the green gym, HP and attack are the closest. I've ruled out any desire to train HP, so maybe attack could be a good idea, because it's the nearest, which means not having to travel as far. The toilet will be closer. By training attack, we would have to be more cautious of like energy levels and resting and things like that. Things we would have, things that would be less of a worry if we were training brains. It should be quicker to train attack because we won't have to travel as far when we enter the green gym. When leaving the green gym, the exit will be nearer. We would have to travel less far for the toilet, travel less far for the clinic. Training attack has logic. Training brains has logic. I'm not sure about MP, defense and speed, and I definitely don't want to be training HP. Now, even though it's close, there would be huge problems regarding energy and tiredness. Of course, this is all talk for the future. At the moment, not all of our stats are at the maximum. That's why we are currently working on defense, which is also helping brains, and then we need to move on to brains, which will also help MP, and then move on to MP, which will also help defense. And year 5 is now history. We have entered the 6th year. It's year 6, day 2. The 2nd day of the 6th year. Yesterday, year 6, day 1, was the midway point towards the 10-year medal. And there's clarity of that in the fact that Etamon has entered a new decade. His age has entered a new decade. It's now displaying as 15, which is 150, and I'm thinking that he turned 150 yesterday. And is now 151, but seeing as there's only room for the first 2 digits, it's displaying as 15, and will display as 15 until he reaches 160, where it will then display as 16, and I don't think that will be until day 11 of this year, year 6, day 11. And as planned, I went to the back dimension on this day, year 6, day 2, got the chain melon, and the next opportunity should be year 6, day 22, but probably not at the very start of the day, because I think we've established that timing is key. If you think of 20 days as 480 hours, it looks like it does have to be a minimum of 480 hours. And if it's been 479 hours, then even if it's still 20 days later, you know, it still wouldn't be right. There still wouldn't be a mention of Analog Man, I don't think. Now, the chain melon wasn't to stay in our inventory for long. It's already been given to Etamon. We can make it through the rest of today without needing to consume Digi-Seabasses. His appetite will still kick in and we can feed him sirloins. We will still need to take him to the toilet like normal, still need to go to the clinic for resting like normal, still need to train like normal, still need to sleep like normal, still need to continue to be given sirloins by Digimon like normal. And don't forget the task of keeping our Digi-Seabasses topped up, which requires visits to the Dragon Eye Lake with plenty of meat in our inventory to catch the necessary number of black trouts, to then catch the necessary number of Digi-Seabasses. down to 49, we are just under half. A bit more to say regarding the time waste in training. You know, like if all my stats are at the maximum and I continue to train as, you know, an effective way of passing the time, and you know, I want to weigh up what you know, which piece of equipment to train at within the green gym. You also, another thing to consider is the training animation. You know, when you train at a piece of equipment, you know, when you train a certain stat, there's a training animation, like we're training MP, the Digimon walks into the waterfall and, you know, comes back out with HP. The Digimon walks over to the boulder and starts pushing it. You know, there are a number of different animations, and the animations do vary when it comes to how time consuming they are. Some animations are slower than others. You know, some animations take longer than others, and that's another thing to consider, because, you know, even if an animation is slower by just like a couple of seconds or something, you know, it will still add up. And when you think about how many times you'd have to train during a day, how many days you'd have to train for, you know, it would end up adding up. You know, it would make a bigger difference than you might assume, and, you know, it is something else to, you know, weigh up along with everything else. With both attack and brains, I don't think the animation is particularly bad. With defense, I think it's a bit worse. MP, I think, is the worst overall. I don't think speed is the best when it comes to like how brief the animation is. I think I'm again reassuring the idea that either attack or brains is probably the best one to target. Well, we're back here. Here we go again for some more fishy business. We catch black trouts, the video gets speeded up. It is of us fishing, it is of us catching black trouts. Go figure. Soon it will be us catching Digi Basses instead. The video will be speeded up. The video will be of us fishing. The video will be of us fishing Digi Basses. Go figure. We had 49 Digi-Sea Basses in our inventory when we came here, and well, you would need 50 Digi-Sea Basses to top it up to 99, and that would mean needing 50 black trouts, but we're going to be catching 55 black trouts because when we're done catching the black trouts, we will let Etamon sleep, and then we will immediately give him 5 Digi-Sea Basses to see him through today. That will bring us down to 44 Digi-Sea Basses, and then catching 50 would no longer be enough in order to get us up to 99. It would only get us up to 94, but catching 55 would get us up to 99. And that's the reason for catching 5 extra black trouts, 5 more than what you would expect to be needed, because I'm accounting for the 5 Digi-Sea Basses that we're going to be given to Etamon tomorrow, just before we begin with catching the Digi-Sea Basses. It's not great on your happiness and discipline to force feed your Digimon 5 food items all in one go, but then from being a good tamer during the day, we should be able to get our happiness and discipline back up, from feeding sirloins to Etamon when he wants to eat, letting him use the toilet when he wants the toilet, avoiding the sweat bubble, etc, etc. And it's just nice to, leave the Dragon Eye Lake knowing that you've got 99 Digi-Sea Basses in your inventory, and that you won't need to give any of those Digi-Sea Basses to your Digimon on that day, because you've already given your Digimon enough in order for them to survive the day. It just means that you're going to be ending the day with 99 Digi-Sea Basses in your inventory. It's the best possible position to be in, and that's why I don't settle with simply getting my Digi-Sea Basses up to 99 and then having to feed Digi-Sea Basses to my Digimon during the day in order to keep my Digimon alive for that day, because by the end of the day I'm going to have less than 99 Digi-Sea Basses. But doing things this way, the number of Digi-Sea Basses won't go down until the following day. It keeps you away from the Dragon Eye Lake for 1 extra day, because you will have 5 more Digi-Sea Basses than what you would have had, enough for 1 more day, 1 extra day. And it means that you won't have to return to the Dragon Eye Lake for 1 day longer. You have an extra day of absence from the Dragon Eye Lake, and they say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, but not in this case. When it comes to the Dragon Eye Lake and having to fish at the Dragon Eye Lake and catch loads of black trouts and Digi-Sea Basses, absence from the Dragon Eye Lake is the best thing ever. when you leave the Dragoneye Lake with 99 Digi-Seabasses, it's the, you have the knowledge that it's the longest that you are going to. It's like you know that the return to the Dragoneye Lake is as far away as it can possibly be. When you finish at the Dragoneye Lake after doing the fishing, it's then the longest time before more fishing at the Dragoneye Lake. Hooray! Of course, now that we are a bit into Year 6, I suppose it's fair to say that we have crossed the midway point. Just regarding, 10 years, regarding, getting to Year 11, Day 1, 10 years, 300 days, I would say that it looks like we have crossed the midway point. The number of days ahead of us is now smaller than the number of days that we've already gotten through. The number of days ahead of us is we've made it through more days than how many days are left. Not by much at all, but we have crossed the midway point, and what we've done so far, the number of days that we've made it through so far. I'm not talking about other things like Digimon with Digivolve 2 and tournaments that we've won and techniques that we've learned and things like that. I'm just talking about in regards to the number of days that have gone by. What we've done so far is, well, accounts for about half of what we need to do in total. Slightly more than half, but very slightly indeed. But yeah, what we've done so far accounts for about half of what we need to do in total. So it's pretty much a case of we need to repeat what we've already done. What we've done, the number of days that we've made it through, we need to do that again, and then that would be, because we need to make it through. We would need to make it through 300 days, and we've made it through just over 150 days, which is obviously half. The number of days that we've made it through so far, the amount of fishing that I've had to do, the number of black trouts I've had to catch, the number of digi-sea basses I've had to catch, the number of digi-sea basses that I've had to give to my Digimon. It's all about half of what will need to be done in total. I don't know how that feels for you viewers. I don't know if it seems like a good thing, a positive, relief. The fact that we are just over halfway there, or if it's quite the opposite, and instead you're experiencing dread about the fact that we essentially need to redo what we've already done. Now you might be wondering what I'm doing here, and I came up with an idea which involves going back to the Dragon Eye Lake, even though I was only last there earlier today. It occurred to me that where I hate the Dragon Eye Lake so much, where I hate the fishing so much, where I hate the number of black trouts that I've had to catch, the number of digi-sea basses that I've had to catch, the number of black trouts that I'm going to have to continue to catch, the number of digi-sea basses that I'm going to have to continue to catch, and the number of journeys I'm going to have to make to the Dragon Eye Lake. It occurred to me that I wanted to try and make as much progress with the fishing as physically possible, because any progress that I make here and now would mean having less progress that I will need to make in the future. Making more progress now would mean needing to make less progress in the future, because more progress would be done if I was to make more progress now. It's all progress that has to be made, either now or some other time, and the more progress that gets made, the less progress that there is to be made. And that got me thinking, if I was to do as much fishing as physically possible, then that would leave me with less fishing ahead of me in the future, which would make me feel better. It would take a lot of dread away, take a lot of pressure away. It'd be nicer knowing that more progress has been made already, meaning that there's less progress ahead of us. And that's when it got me thinking, is there a way in which I can make even more progress with the fishing? I know I've got 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, but regardless of that, is there a way in which I can make even further progress? Is there a way that I can make even more progress, despite the fact that I can't currently get any more Digi-Sea Basses into my inventory? And then I did come up with an idea, and that's that even though there isn't any room in my inventory for any more Digi-Sea Basses, because my number of Digi-Sea Basses is at 99, my number of black trouts prior to coming to the Dragoneye Lake was at 0, and that meant that there is room in my inventory for black trouts. And even though black trouts are not Digi-Sea Basses, if I was to have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory and 99 black trouts as well, then that means that if I was to come to the Dragoneye Lake in the future, I wouldn't have to catch black trouts first before being able to catch Digi-Sea Basses, because I would already have black trouts in my inventory, and that would be half of the job done. And instead I could just use the black trouts that I've already got in my inventory in order to catch more Digi-Sea Basses, and it would be a case of, instead of having to catch black trouts and then catch Digi-Sea Basses, I would just have to catch Digi-Sea Basses because I would already have the black trouts. I made it up to 55 black trouts, and I then had to buy some meats from the vending machine to put my number of meats up to 49. And I'm now going to give Etamon 5 Digi-Sea Basses to get him through today, which would put my number of Digi-Sea Basses from 99 down to 94. I'm then going to use 5 of my black trouts to catch 5 Digi-Sea Basses, putting my number of Digi-Sea Basses back up to 99, and putting my number of black trouts from 55 down to 50, and I can then use my 49 meats to catch another 49 black trouts, putting my black trouts from 50 up to 99, and then I would be able to leave the Dragoneye Lake with 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, as well as 99 black trouts in my inventory. And going about it in such a way has meant needing to catch 104 black trouts in one visit, which is 5 more than what's possible if I was to only use meat as a bait, because you can only have 99 meats in your inventory, and that's why I had to purchase some extra meats from the vending machine after I caught the 55 black trouts. I knew that 5 of those black trouts were going to get used, which would reduce me to 50 black trouts, and I would then need to catch another 49, meaning I would need 49 meats, which is more than how many meats I had in my inventory, and that's why I purchased extra meats from the vending machine, so that I would then have enough meats to catch the remainder of the black trouts, get myself up to 99 black trouts and 99 Digi-Sea Basses. I'll have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory waiting to be used, and 99 black trouts which can be used to later catch 99 Digi-Sea Basses. And it means that later on my job will be only half as difficult, because instead of catching black trouts before being able to catch Digi-Sea Basses, I'll be able to go straight for the Digi-Sea Basses, because I would already have the black trouts ready. It's about doing half the job now and then only having to do half the job later. I did pause, as you can see. I've been playing for almost 57 hours, and I've had just one raised Digimon. And I've managed 13 medals so far. Ooh, it is now 57 hours. And counting. "99 black trouts, and that's what I call half a job. Half a job done." And it's times like this when you have to put serious consideration into changing your name to Arthur. Arthur Job. Change your first name to Arthur, change your surname to Job. Your name is Arthur Job. I don't know if the random pausing is at all annoying. It's just where I'm a patient at a hospital, a psychiatric hospital. There are routines and schedules, and, you know, there's certain things that have to be done at certain times. And, you know, sometimes I will have to pause because I'll have to do something. There might be food being served, or there might be like an activity going on, and you know, it's things that are out of my control, and sometimes I do have to pause. And I do, yeah, when I pause, I do then edit the video and speed it up so that it's a lot briefer for you viewers. Yeah, I try to make it nowhere near as bad for you viewers. That's why I speed it up. Yeah, try and make it a lot shorter, a lot briefer. I know that sometimes I could simply save and then come off the game, but when I'm in the middle of something where when I'm in like the middle of something like fishing, where I'm, you know, catching fish, I've already caught fish and have more fish to catch, I don't really want to have to like go back to the city to save and then switch the console off. I would rather just pause the way I do, and then just edit the video and speed it up. For the time being, the 99 black trouts that I caught from the Dragon Eye Lake are to be reserved in the item bank. The plan is not for them to stay in the item bank, not permanently, but just for them to be kept in the item bank for now. I've still got the Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, but I don't have any black trouts in my inventory. And I would like to tell you that the extra Dragon Eye Lake grinding is not done yet. I do have other ideas of how I can go even further with it, and the plan is to return to the Dragon Eye Lake later today so that I can go even further with the grinding, go even further with the fishing, because there are other ideas that I have, you know, ways in which I can go even further with it, get even more work done, you know, get even more work out of the way, and you know, be in a position where there's even less work to do in the future as a result of me getting more work done here and now. Well, it's only a few hours until Etamon will want to sleep, and every time I do want to go to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep, because then when I'm about halfway through the fishing, I can sleep and therefore save, and that will save the progress with the fishing that I would have made up to that point. And it also takes us through to the next day, where I then have the option of giving 5 Digi-Sea-Basses to my Digimon to see them through the day. And it's then very simple to catch 5. Well, it's then very simple to replace the 5 Digi-Sea-Basses that I would have just used. You know, after giving 5 Digi-Sea-Basses to my Digimon, it's very easy to then catch 5 Digi-Sea-Basses, thus replacing the 5 Digi-Sea-Basses that I just gave to my Digimon. The next hour is the hour that Etamon will want to sleep on, and that's just over half an hour away. It's going to take a small amount of time to get to the Dragon Eye Lake, and I am checking out for items as well. I just found a happy mushroom there, which came as a nice surprise. I will wait until the clock does strike the next hour, just to make sure that, you know, we don't fade away on the next hour. I wouldn't want to catch a load of fish on this hour and then enter the next hour and have my Digimon fade away. It makes a lot more sense just to wait until we reach the next hour. You know, we do need to wait anyway, because we wouldn't be able to let our Digimon sleep until the next hour. Okay, it seems good. Although Etamon should want to eat, shouldn't he? Shouldn't he? Oh, there you go. So here we are back at the Dragon Eye Lake. Here we are fishing again, and you can tell that at the moment it's black trouts that I'm catching, and that raises the question of what is the plan now? Well, you'll know that when I came here the last time, I had 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory, and I caught 99 black trouts, so that I had 99 black trouts in my inventory as well as 99 Digi-Sea Basses. I then put the 99 black trouts into the item bank, and I'm now fishing for another 99 black trouts, so that not only will I have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, as well as 99 black trouts in my inventory, but I will also have 99 black trouts in the item bank, and that will mean essentially having 198 black trouts on me, which can be used to catch 198 Digi-Sea Basses. And I was saying about the reason for catching the black trouts was because it puts me, by catching 99 black trouts, it puts me half of the way to having 99 Digi-Sea Basses. Catch 99 black trouts, have them ready to later catch 99 Digi-Sea Basses. I've already got 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory. I did have 99 black trouts in my inventory as well, which I put into the item bank, which are there and available to be used, but I'm hoping to also have 99 black trouts in my inventory, as well as having 99 black trouts in the item bank. 99 black trouts in my inventory, 99 black trouts in the item bank. That is surely the most black trouts that I could possibly have in one go. 99 in my inventory, 99 in the item bank, 198 in total. And as well as the black trouts, I do also currently have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, and my inventory and the item bank combined, I have 198 black trouts, which can be turned into 198 Digi-Sea Basses by, using the black trouts to catch Digi-Sea Basses. I'm getting, like with last time, I said that I was getting half of the job done by catching 99 black trouts, because it means that I could use those black trouts to catch Digi-Sea Basses. I'll already be halfway there. I won't have to catch black trouts and then catch Digi-Sea Basses, because the catching of the black trouts would already be done, and I could just, catch the Digi-Sea Basses. That was the logic going through my head when I was here last time, and it's the logic that's going through my head this time. And my actions are pretty much the same. I made it up to 55 black trouts. I then purchased meat from the vending machine, putting my meats up to 49, because I know that my black trouts are about to drop down from 55 to 50, because out of my 99 Digi-Sea Basses, I'm feeding 5 of them to Etamon here and now to keep him alive for the day. I'm then going to replace those Digi-Sea Basses. I'm going to get back up to 99 Digi-Sea Basses by using 5 of the black trouts to catch 5 Digi-Sea Basses, putting me up from 94 Digi-Sea Basses to 99 Digi-Sea Basses, while also putting me from 55 black trouts down to 50 black trouts. But by using the 49 meats, I can then catch another 49 black trouts. combined with the 50 that I already have, will put me up to 99 black trouts. 99 black trouts in my inventory, 99 black trouts in the item bank, 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory. That's the Digi-Sea-Basses sorted. Now the focus is on black trouts. I was in this same position yesterday, where I caught 50 black trouts after already catching 55 black trouts plus 5 Digi-Sea-Basses, and the same is happening here. 49, catching 49 more black trouts after already catching 55 black trouts plus 5 Digi-Sea-Basses. So yeah, here with 49 meats catching 49 black trouts, putting the black trouts from 50 to 99. There we are with 99 black trouts. You can only store 99 of a certain item in your inventory. You can only store 99 of a certain item in the item bank. We can't put any more black trouts into the item bank. We can't put any more black trouts into our inventory. But we've got, 198, but we have access to 198 black trouts in total. 99 of them are in our inventory, 99 of them are in the item bank. And we do also have access to 99 Digi-Sea-Basses, which are in our inventory. And I would like to inform you that the fishing, grinding still isn't done, and I plan to return to the Dragon Eye Lake later today for even more fishing, even more grinding, because I can still go further with it. I can still make further progress. What I plan to do when I next go to the Dragon Eye Lake is different to what I did the last 2 times that I went to the Dragon Eye Lake. The last 2 times I caught 99 black trouts both times. 99 of them went into the item bank, 99 of them went into my inventory. I'm not going to be doing that again. Well, not today anyway. Yeah, when I go to the Dragon Eye Lake later today, the plan is to do something different, but I will still be fishing, I will still be making progress. We only need to train brains once more, and we will be at the maximum. Then we will move on to MP. MP is currently quite a way adrift, but we will move on to MP. We will train it. And the aim would be to get MP up to the maximum and tie defense in with it. Hopefully get defense up to the maximum at the same time. We've already done most of the work with defense. The stat boosts that we are going to get, or the defense stat boosts that we are going to get from training MP will hopefully be enough to put our defense up to the maximum while getting our MP up to the maximum. And despite the fact that we've been generally force-feeding Etamon 5 Digi-Seabasses during the last few days, our happiness and discipline seems to be doing just fine. And that's coming from just trying our best to be a good tamer during the day, trying to do things correctly, trying to do the right things. When we trained HP, I think HP went up by 120 and attack went up by 3. With MP and defense, I think MP went up by 112 and defense went up by 2. MP went up by almost the same amount as HP, but Defense going up by 2 per time instead of 3. I think that will make a... I think we might end up needing to return to defense and train it a bit more once we're done with MP. I'm thinking that if MP is going to go up by 112 and defense is going to go up by 2, I'm not sure our defense will reach the maximum. I'm thinking it will still be a drift of the maximum when our MP reaches the maximum, but we'll see. Worst case scenario, we won't have to train our defense too many times. I'm sure that it would be, you know, close to the maximum if it's not exactly at the maximum. We are heading to the Dragon Eye Lake again, and the 99 Digi-Sea Basses that were in my inventory have been put into the item bank alongside with the 99 black trouts that are in the item bank. I've still got the other 99 black trouts in my inventory, but I don't currently have any Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory because I put them into the item bank. Can you guess what I'm going to be doing this time at the Dragon Eye Lake? Right, we've reached the hour that Etamon wants to sleep on. His appetite will probably kick in. It's being delayed, but it has kicked in. Give him the sirloin like normal. Now we are fishing for Digi-Sea Basses. We didn't have any Digi-Sea Basses in the item bank, which meant that we had room in the item bank for Digi-Sea Basses. I put the 99 Digi-Sea Basses that were in my inventory into the item bank, so that I've now got 99 Digi-Sea Basses in the item bank, and I would like to also have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory. That's why I'm here now fishing for Digi-Sea Basses. I've got 99 Digi-Sea Basses in the item bank and 99 black trouts in the item bank. I came to the Dragon Eye Lake with 99 black trouts in my inventory and no Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory, and by the time I'm done fishing, I'm hoping that it's going to be the other way around, that I'm going to have 99 Digi-Sea Basses in my inventory and no black trouts. No black trouts because they are being used as bait to catch the Digi-Sea Basses. But moment, I would like to leave the Dragoneye Lake with 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, as well as 99 Digi-Seabasses in the item bank, and I also have 99 black trouts in the item bank. So I'll be going from having 2 lots of 99 black trouts and 1 lot of 99 Digi-Seabasses to having 2 lots of 99 Digi-Seabasses and 1 lot of 99 black trouts, which is progress, because 99 black trouts is only half the job, 99 Digi-Seabasses is a full job. Having 99 Digi-Seabasses is better than having 99 black trouts. Having 198 Digi-Seabasses is better than having 198 black trouts. Before this extra grinding started, I had just 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, and since then I caught 99 black trouts, which went into the item bank, 99 black trouts, which went into my inventory, and now those black trouts are being used to catch Digi-Seabasses. I caught 55 Digi-Seabasses, and I then, when I was done catching those Digi-Seabasses, I then caught some extra black trouts, and I currently have 55 Digi-Seabasses and 49 black trouts. I let Etamon sleep, and once again I'm starting the day by giving 5 Digi-Seabasses to Etamon. I knew I was going to do that. I knew it would put my number of Digi-Seabasses from 55 down to 50, and that's why I caught the extra black trouts, because I knew that by having 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, after giving 5 Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon, that would mean having to catch 104 Digi-Seabasses. I entered the Dragoneye Lake without any Digi-Seabasses, caught some, gave 5 to my Digimon, and now I'm going to catch the other Digi-Seabasses, so that I will have 99 in my inventory. That plus the 5 that I gave my Digimon, that's 104 Digi-Seabasses caught. The 99 black trouts wouldn't be enough alone, and that's why I had to use meat to catch some extra black trouts, so that I would be able to have enough black trouts to catch the number of Digi-Seabasses that I'm after. I was at 55 Digi-Seabasses, I knew I'd go down to 50, and I knew that 49 black trouts was what would be needed in order to get the Digi-Seabasses from 50 up to 99. And I will return to the city with 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, along with the 99 Digi-Seabasses in the item bank and the 99 black trouts in the item bank. My Digimon should be good to survive the day without needing to eat into any of the Digi-Sea-Basses. And when we are done here and I will return to the city, we still won't be done with the fish grinding, because there will still be one other thing left for me to do. You might be able to guess what it is, but there is just one other thing left for me to do. I'm going to return to the Dragon Eye Lake later today when Etamon wants to sleep, and then I will do the last bit of the fish grinding. What I'm doing here is the second last bit of the fish grinding, and then tomorrow I will finish with the last bit of the fish grinding. We won't be in a position where we can make it up to 10 years without the need of any more fishing. We are still going to need to do more fishing. We're not going to be done. This grinding that I'm doing, it's not going to be enough to see us through for the rest of the challenge. I wanted to do as much fish grinding as I could think of, and this is great what we've done so far, but what we've done will see us through for quite a while. It will go a long way, it will help, but we won't be done completely. What we've done will go a long way, it will help, but it's not going to go the whole way. We will still need to do more fishing in the future. We're not done with the fishing, but the focus was to do a load of fish grinding at once, so that it will take away the need for us to do fishing for a while. And it's a lot of progress that will go a long way, and it will save us from having to make the progress later on. Like I said, the more progress we do now, the less progress we will have to do in the future. Even if we can't do all of the progress now, we can at least do some of it, as much as physically possible, and that's what I'm doing. 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in the item bank, 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory, 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in the item bank, 99 black trouts in the item bank. The only way I could possibly improve is by also having 99 black trouts in my inventory, and that's what I'm going to be returning to the Dragon Eye Lake for later today. It is to ensure that I will have 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory and in the item bank, as well as 99 black trouts in my inventory and in the item bank. That's access to 198 Digi-Sea-Basses, 198 black trouts, those Digi Seabasses are going to be good to go. If I'm eating 5 Digi Seabasses per day, then it would work out that 10 days would cost 50, but 10 days would require 50 Digi Seabasses, 20 days would require 100 Digi Seabasses, so 99 Digi Seabasses is virtually enough for 20 days. The 99 Digi Seabasses in my inventory would give me 20 days. The 99 Digi Seabasses in the item bank would give me 20 days. There's 40 days. And then the 99 black trouts that are going to be in my inventory can be used to catch 99 Digi Seabasses, which would give me a further 20 days. And then the 99 black trouts in the item bank could be used to catch 99 Digi Seabasses, and then that will be another 20 days, and that's 80 days in total. If I return to the Dragon Eye Lake today and catch the 99 black trouts, then by using the Digi Seabasses that I've already got, that combined, that will get me about 40 days, and then by using the 198 black trouts to catch 198 Digi Seabasses, that will be another 40 days, and it works out that by returning to the Dragon Eye Lake today and catching 99 black trouts, and by later using those 99 black trouts that will be in my inventory to catch 99 Digi Seabasses, plus using the 99 black trouts that are in the item bank to catch 99 Digi Seabasses, the supply will keep me going for 80 days. That is 2 years and 20 days. That is 10 days short of 3 years. I'll be in a position where I won't be able to get any more black trouts or Digi Seabasses because I will be completely maxed out. I would have 99 of each in my inventory and in the item bank, but I would feed off the Digi Seabasses that are in my inventory, and then when they run out, I can either take the 99 Digi Seabasses out of the item bank and then live off those, and then when they run out, use the black trouts in my inventory to catch Digi Seabasses, and then when they run out, use the black trouts in the item bank to catch Digi Seabasses. Or when the first lot of Digi Seabasses run out, the ones that the Digi Seabasses in my inventory, when they run out, I could then use the black trouts that are in my inventory to catch Digi Seabasses. Then they'll keep me going, and then when they run out, I've got the Digi Seabasses and the black trouts in the item bank. And the Digi Seabasses would be good to go. They would keep me going for 20 days, and then the black trouts can be used to catch Digi Seabasses. I'm just going to be in the best possible position. I'm going to have access to 198 Digi Seabasses and 198 black trouts, due to me having 99 of each of those fish in my inventory and in the item bank. the catching of the 99 black trouts is going to work the same way as the catching of the 2 other lots of 99 black trouts. Now, I've got 99 meats in my inventory. I'm going to catch 55 black trouts, which would put my meats down to 44, providing I don't have any unsuccessful catches, and I can then use the vending machine to purchase 5 meats to bring my meats up to 49. I can then sleep, save, give 5 Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon, use 5 black trouts to replace the 5 Digi-Seabasses, put in my black trouts down to 50, and then use the 49 meats to catch 49 more black trouts. I will then be at 99 black trouts and 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, and as you know, I've got 99 of both in the item bank as we speak. If I have any unsuccessful catches, then I can just use the vending machine to buy more meat. If I have an unsuccessful catch when fishing for a black trout, then I just have to replace the meat. If I have an unsuccessful catch when fishing for a Digi-Seabass, then I would have to replace the black trout, which would mean needing to buy a meat, and then an extra meat, and then using it to catch another black trout. But we're only going to be catching 5 Digi-Seabasses, whereas we're going to be catching 104 black trouts. 5 of them will be used to replace the 5 Digi-Seabasses that are going to be fed to my Digimon after sleeping, and and then the other 99 black trouts will be in the inventory. $55 black trouts, and so far no unsuccessful catches. Still need to purchase 5 more meats though, because 104 are needed in total, and we can only carry 99 in our inventory. Yeah, this grinding, it was just an idea that occurred to me really, because I thought about the fact that if I was feeding 5 Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon per day, then it would take about 10 days for the Digi-Seabasses in my inventory to drop to the point where I would then want to return to the Dragoneye Lake to catch black trouts, and then use the black trouts to catch Digi-Seabasses, putting myself back up to 99 Digi-Seabasses. And I didn't really want to be making trips to the Dragoneye Lake every 10 days or so, and that's when I started to wonder if I could go further with the fishing, go further with the grinding, and that's when I then thought about, having 99 Digi-Seabasses in the item bank, as well as 99 Digi-Seabasses in my inventory, plus 99 black trouts in my inventory and in the item bank, so that I would have direct access to double the amount of Digi-Seabasses, and I would also already have 2 lots of 99 black trouts, which would save me half of the job when fishing for Digi-Seabasses later on. I just wanted to, get as much work done as possible in one go, and while coming here for the last few days, I've been coming to the Dragon Eye Lake for the last few days for this grinding, and each time I've kept my Digi-Seabasses topped up. I've come here while Etamon has wanted to sleep. I've done some of the fishing, then let him sleep, then give him 5 Digi-Seabasses, and then replace those Digi-Seabasses. It's worked out that, every time I've come here, I've given him 5 Digi-Seabasses to get through the day ahead, and replaced those Digi-Seabasses, so that I've been getting through the day and also keeping my Digi-Seabasses at 99. If it wasn't for that, then my number of Digi-Seabasses would be lower, but, I've gone about things in a way where I've kept them topped up, and, I can't think of anything more that I could possibly do. I can't really think of any more progress that I could possibly make here and now, with the fishing, that is. I can't see how I could possibly go any further with the grinding. Maybe it might be possible. Maybe there's something I'm overlooking. But, this is the most that I could think of. This is as far as it's going to go for now. I'm going to have a nice supply of Digi-Seabasses to keep me going. A nice supply of black trouts, which can be exchanged for Digi-Seabasses. And I've worked out that it should keep me going for about 80 days, which is long enough for us to make about 4 visits to the back dimension, get 4 chain melons. There's an extra 4 days. So, I think things are going to be good for the time being. Okay, there we are. We have the 99 black trouts along with the 99 Digi-Seabasses. That is in our inventory, of course, and we've got the same in the item bank. I think that we can put our feet up for the time being. We have got loads of fish to keep us going for the time being. We can relax and we can just focus on seeing the days through. We won't be needing to return to the Dragon Eye Lake anytime soon. Yeah, we have got a very good supply of fish, and that is going to be great for the time being. Now we are focused on getting through the days, and that we are, like before, we're going to be training, we're going to be resting, we're going to be sleeping, we're going to be getting sirloins from Digimon, keeping Etamon alive with Digi-Seabasses, taking him to the toilet when he needs the toilet, feeding him when he wants to eat, getting sickness cured as and when it's needed, and for the time being, the training is also going to, for the time being, our training, we're going to be focusing on the stats that are not currently at the maximum, which is just MP and defense. And when we do get those stats to the maximum, the training will then solely be about time wasting. The training will solely be about trying to get us through the days as quickly as possible, trying to waste time as quickly as possible, trying to waste time as much as possible, trying to make the days go by as quickly as possible, trying to make the years go by as quickly as possible. You know, we will continue to train for the time wasting, but you know, at the moment the training is also for our stats, but once we get our stats to the maximum, it will then, the training will then only be about time wasting. Yeah, things are going to pretty much be going the same way still. You know, train, rest, sleep, eat, use the toilet, cure sickness, etc, etc, etc. Yeah, it is, you know, pretty much going to be the same stuff over and over again. Since we finished with the arena, we've pretty much been doing the same things over and over again, and we are going to continue to do the same things over and over again. The difference is that our next trip to the Dragon Eye Lake is not due until later than it would be, not due for longer than it would be, and that's because of all of the extra fishing that we did, all of the extra grinding. It's going to enable us to have a longer absence from the Dragon Eye Lake, which I'm very pleased about. Of course, I'm only feeding him sirloins because I've already given him 5 Digi-Seabasses today. For the last few days I've, force-fed him 5 Digi-Seabasses straight after he woke up. But that's going to be different, because I'm not going to be going to the Dragon Eye Lake. I'm going to be staying in the city, and I will go back to force feeding him just 2 Digi-Seabasses per day, and then the other 3 will be given to him when he wants to eat, and then I will only be giving Etamon 1 sirloin per day, and that will be when his appetite kicks in at around the time that he wants to sleep. But finally, we get to sleep in the city, and we get to stay away from the Dragon Eye Lake, and we just get to be able to relax and take things a bit more easily, for the time being at least. Already our Digi Sea Basses are no longer at 99. They've started to go down. They are now at 97, and they are going to go down a lot more quickly than I would like. You know, before I know it, they'll be down into the 80s, and then 70s, and then 60s, and so on, and so on, and so on. And the fishing is, you know, the hardest part of what's left to do. You know, having to catch all of the Digi Sea Basses, which requires catching black trouts beforehand. You know, how, you know, long it takes and how painful it is. The fishing is, you know, the worst of what we have to do. You know, if we think about how we get through the days by training and resting and sleeping, and then, you know, what we need to do in order to be able to survive, in order to have the supply of Digi Sea Basses. You know, going to the Dragon Eye Lake and doing the fishing, you know, that is the worst of what we've got left to do. It is my least favourite bit of, you know, what's remaining. Even putting that aside, though, I do worry that, even though we, you know, speed up the fishing, and even if we put the fishing aside and just focus on getting through the days, I do worry about how time consuming it's going to prove to be, how long it's going to take. You know, we've got not much less than 5 years remaining what we have left to do. It's less than 5 years, but it's not much less. We've got over 140 days until 10 years would be up, because I think that Etamon is 150, and I think that he will soon reach 160. I think year 6, day 11, he will turn 160, and that means that year 11, day 1 would be 140 days away from then. And with the training at the green gym and feeding Etamon, going to the toilet, going to Digimon for sirloins, going to the clinic to rest and top up on medicine, treating sickness either at the clinic or by using medicine, everything that we have to do during a day, even if each day takes just 5 minutes, even if it's as little as 5 minutes per day, if there's 140 days, then 140 lots of 5 minutes, 140 multiplied by 5, I think that's 700 minutes, 60 minutes in an hour, 600 minutes would be 10 hours, 660 would be 11 hours, 720 would be 12 hours. So if it's, an average of 5 minutes per day, 700 minutes in total, that's not far off 12 hours. And that's just assuming that it's going to be an average of 5 minutes per day. But, I might be wrong. It might be more, it might be less, or it might be about 5 minutes. But then we're still going to have to make trips to the Dragon Eye Lake. That will add on time. Going to have to do more fishing. That will add on time. I know that we speed the fishing up, but it's still going to add time on. And then every 20 days or so we're going to be going to the back dimension to fight Machinedramon. That will add on time. I know it'll be worthwhile because of the chain melon, but that's going to add on time as well. I'm just worried that even though we're not doing a great deal, we're just trying to survive best we can, trying to get through the days as quickly as possible. I worry about how long it's going to take, how painful it's going to be. We've almost got our MP up to the maximum. 2 more should do it. 1 more should do it. MP is there, that just leaves defense, and we should, I imagine that we only need to train defense once, and then that would be at the maximum as well. Okay, that's our stats at the maximum. HP and MP both at the maximum, attack, defense, speed and brains all at the maximum. HP and MP at 9,999. Attack, defense, speed and brains all at 999. we can go no further with our stats. Any more training that we do here onwards is solely going to be in the interest of wasting time, speeding the days up, getting through the days as quickly as possible. I'm not sure if it would be quicker to just ignore the green gym and just pass the time by simply resting at the clinic. But I previously mentioned that if we were to get through the days by simply resting at the clinic, then I think that we would have to use 6 Digi-Seabasses in order to get through the day, because I think that Etamon wouldn't want to sleep until later, and we would need a 6th Digi-Seabass in order to be able to survive until Etamon wants to sleep. But by doing things this way, we're able to get through the day with 5 Digi-Seabasses instead. And that of course means that the Digi-Seabasses in our infantry will stretch further if we're consuming just 5 a day instead of 6 a day, and that would mean having to make less journeys to the Dragon Eye Lake, having to catch less fish. And that's why I'd rather do things this way. Year 6, day 11, I think that means that Etamon is now 160. Of course the age would display as 16, but I think he's now 160. Uh, 160 days down, but 140 days still remaining. For the time being, attack is the stat that we are going to be training. Not to improve our attack, because our attack is already at the maximum, but to waste time. And yes, Metamon's age did show as 16, which means it's 160. Training attack to waste time. Yeah, when you enter the green gym, attack is one of the nearest pieces of equipment. I'd say it's between attack and HP. So when we enter the green gym, we don't have to travel particularly far to reach the piece of equipment where you train attack. And then when leaving the green gym, we don't have to travel particularly far either. With the toilet being close, we should be able to get away with only using the toilet every 7 hours. Because, when Etamon will first signal for the toilet, we should be able to train once more and still make it to the toilet in time. The animation of training attack looks to be pretty brief, which is an advantage, and the energy consumption from training attack I don't think would be a problem either. Resting twice at the clinic per day I think would be, if we rest at the clinic twice a day and time it well enough, then I don't think there will be any risk of us seeing the sweat bubble. I don't think that we will encounter any problems with the energy consumption. So we're just going to go with that for now, and hopefully it will be okay. Hopefully there won't be any problems. And it looks like I've already spoken to Digimon today. I must be losing my mind. When we wake up, it should be year 6, day 12, which I think will be 10 days since our last visit to the back dimension. I think it was year 6, day 2, and it's now year 6, day 12, which is 10 days later, and another 10 days until the back dimension will again be available. Should be available year 6, day 22. 10 days away from now. I know that I've speeded up various parts of this challenge, the fishing at the Dragon Eye Lake probably being the most obvious, and I suppose there is the question of, could I speed up what I'm doing at the moment? Just training, just not really doing anything significant during the days, just trying to speed the days up, trying to get through the days as quickly as possible. yeah, I suppose, there is the question of, could I speed this up? Speed up the rest of the challenge, speed up me just trying to get through the days as quickly as possible. And it's something that did occur to me, but in the end I decided that I didn't want to speed it up. I wanted to keep it at the normal speed. I want you to be able to clearly see everything that I do during the day. Giving Digi-Sea-Basses to my Digimon getting sick, me treating sickness, my Digimon needing the toilet, me taking my Digimon to the toilet, me going to the clinic and resting, purchasing more medicine from Centarumon, getting more sirloins from Vegemon, going to the item shop should I need to for whatever reason. I just wanted to play it all at normal speed, so that you'll clearly be able to see everything that I'm doing. You won't miss anything. As viewers, you will be able to make a choice. You can choose to watch all of these videos and watch every moment of them, not missing any of it out. Or if you find certain bits boring, if you find certain bits like boring, uninteresting, painful to watch, anything like that, then you could just skip through it. I've got a lot of experience with YouTube videos, and I'm aware that you can skip through videos. You don't have to watch 100% of every video. You can be selective of what you do and don't watch, and by me doing bits at normal speed, you as viewers will have the choice of whether you want to watch it at normal speed or whether you want to skip through certain bits. If you do skip through certain bits, then I can sincerely say that I don't blame you. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, I watch a lot of gaming videos on YouTube, and there are bits that I skip through, bits that I skip out, bits that I don't watch. Mostly the bits that are like when it's I skip out the bits that I think I'm most likely to be uninteresting, most likely to be boring, most likely to be tedious and repetitive. And, you know, I certainly wouldn't blame you viewers for doing the same with any of my videos, you know, should you feel the same way about certain bits. You know, like how I feel about videos that I skip through. You know, if you feel the same way about parts of my videos, then, you know, I wouldn't blame you for skipping through. It is interesting, though, for me to, like, recap on this challenge. You know, like, recap on when I, you know, first started this challenge, when I started with Agumon. Yeah, I had the choice of starting with Agumon or starting with Gabumon, and in the long run it wouldn't really have made much difference to the challenge, because I was in a position where I had to digivolve to Numamon. You know, Numamon had to be the champion Digimon that my, you know, rookie digivolved to. So regardless of whether I started with Agumon or Gabumon, I would have had to have digivolved to Numamon, and then from there, the remainder of the challenge pretty much would have been the same, regardless of whether my starting rookie had been Agumon or Gabumon. Making it up to the Digivolution of Numamon, like making it up to the point in which my rookie Digimon digivolved to Numamon, you know, it would have been a bit different up to that point, but then it pretty much would have been the same thereafter. Numamon had to digivolve to Muncymon. You know, in order for me to be able to get 100 prosperity points in this challenge, I needed my rookie Digimon to digivolve to Numamon, and I needed for Numamon to digivolve to Muncymon. That was the only way in which it would have been possible to get the door unlocked, which leads towards Muncymon in Toy Town. And you know, I needed to defeat Muncymon in order to be able to recruit Muncymon and also Nanimon as well, because Toy Town is one of the areas that Nanimon features at, and if I hadn't digivolved to Numamon and then Muncymon, then the most amount of prosperity points I would have been able to have finished with would have been 96. I needed Muncymon, and the only way that I could have digivolved to him would have been by having Numamon, and the only way that I could have had Numamon would have been by digivolving to him from my rookie Digimon. So, you know, I started the challenge knowing that I had to digivolve to Numamon, and then Machinedramon. And yeah, I was trying to, you know, work towards medals pretty much from the off. Yeah, I think I was quick to get the fishing medal, the medal that you get when you catch 100 fish. I think I was quick to get the money medal, the medal that you get when you max out on money. I think I was quick to get as many Digimon cards as possible. The only card that I wasn't able to get initially was the Machinedramon card. That had to wait, but I got all of the other cards, and by doing so I had set myself up for the card medal, the medal that you get for getting every Digimon card. I was a bit slower with the medal for 100 prosperity points because I wanted to learn certain machine techniques when recruiting certain Digimon or making progress with certain recruits. I defeated, Machinedramon was my first ultimate, but before recruiting certain Digimon, I digivolved from Machinedramon to Sukamon, and then from Sukamon to Metal Greymon, and that way I was able to learn Devolve Program from the Tekkamon in Greylord's Mansion while working towards Skull Greymon's recruit. I was also able to learn DG Dimension from the Megadramon in Mount Infinity when battling and recruiting him. I learned Delete Program when from battling the Guromon in Factorial Town, when making progress towards his recruitment, as well as the recruitment of Andromon and Numamon. Pulse Laser I had to learn from training Brains. Metal Splinter came naturally when I digivolved to Metal Greymon. And then Power Crane, Orange Beam and Full Power I learned from having random battles against the Gardromons in Factorial Town. I wanted to learn certain machine techniques from certain battles, and that did slow down the recruitments of some Digimon, which slowed down the medal for 100 prosperity points. The techniques medal took a long time, the medal that you get for learning every technique, and that was because a wide range of different Digimon were needed, and each time I had to digivolve to Sukamon so that I could then give him an appropriate Digivolution item in order to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon who I could learn certain techniques with. I know with Sukamon I learned the filth techniques, but I needed Muncymon for the battle techniques, Metal Greymon for the machine techniques, Piximon for the earth techniques, Machinedramon for the ice techniques, Digitamamon for the fire techniques, Phoenixmon for air techniques. I also needed these Digimon for certain tournaments as well, and the arena medals also took a long time. You know, getting all of the medals that were connected to the arena tournaments, that took a long time because of the number of different Digimon that I needed in order to be able to compete in all of the different tournaments. Not to mention, you know, how much of a drag it was getting up to 100 championship wins. And our focus is now on the only other medal that might be obtainable, the 10-year medal, the medal that you get when you survive 10 years, you know, when you make it up to year 11, day 1, which is when 10 years have gone by. When I started with Agumon, I wasn't concerned about learning techniques, yeah, like the fire techniques that he's able to learn, the battle techniques that he's able to learn. I wasn't worried about any of that. You know, I knew that I would get opportunities to learn those techniques with different Digimon. Yeah, my focus was on the progress that I did make, as well as Digivolving to Numamon. I didn't worry about techniques when I had Numamon as my Digimon. I knew that Sukamon was a Digimon who I would be seeing many times in this challenge, and that I'd be able to learn the filth techniques with him. You know, I was just focused on other progress, and I digivolved from Numamon to Muncymon, and then for the first time I was interested in learning techniques, with battle techniques being the priority, but I did also learn air techniques, or some of the air techniques with Muncymon. I think I learned all of the battle techniques with Muncymon and some of the air techniques. I think I learned all of the machine techniques with Metal Greymon, and I also made some progress with fire techniques. I think I learned all of the earth techniques with Piximon, with the exception of Bug, which I learned from the Carboteriumon in Beetleland when I had a different Digimon as my partner Digimon. But all of the other earth techniques I think I learned with Piximon, and I also learned some air techniques with Piximon. as for Machinedramon and the ice techniques, well, before having Machinedramon, I learned some of the ice techniques from the Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, but apart from that, I think the rest of the ice techniques I learned from Machinedramon. I learned, when having Machinedramon as my Digimon. Phoenixmon, I only actually needed to learn Thunderbolt, because all of the other air techniques had been learned with Munceymon and Pixieymon. But, I learned Thunderbolt with Phoenixmon, and I still needed Phoenixmon for one of the tournaments. So it's not like Phoenixmon was wasted. It's not like it's not like Thunderbolt was the only progress that I made with Phoenixmon. I did also need Phoenixmon for a tournament. And then with Digitamamon, I learned all of the... Before having Digitamamon, I already knew Spitfire, which came from Agumon, and then Meltdown and Heat Laser, which I learned with Metal Greymon. But I think I learned the other fire techniques with Digitamamon, and then learned all of the filth techniques with Sukamon, apart from Horizontal Kick, which I learned when Digivolving to Numamon. But techniques aside, Munceymon, Metal Greymon, Pixieymon, Machinedramon, Phoenixmon, Digitamamon and Sukamon, all of those Digimon were needed for tournaments. Each of them were needed for the individual nature tournament that they could qualify for. And they were also... With those Digimon, I was also able to win some of the other tournaments, some of the special tournaments, some of the version tournaments, not to forget the grade tournaments. And then the only other Digimon that I needed for tournaments were Etamon and Skull Greymon. One needed for a special tournament, one needed for a version tournament, and then that was every individual tournament done. The 100 championship wins did take longer, but not too much longer, and that is now history. We are now done with that. I don't think we have anything else left to do apart from just try and get through each day. Try to get the 10-year medal. Try to make progress towards it, try and get closer to it. I'm not sure of the exact day in which we reached 100 championship wins, but I think it was during year 4, because I think it was during year 4 in which I found myself in a position in which the only other achievable medal, the only other possible achievable medal, would be the 10-year medal. I'm sure that I finished with the arena during year 4 before the start of year 5, and I think we are now midway through year 6, which means we are definitely making progress. You know, we are definitely getting through the days, we are definitely getting closer. I remember when we entered year 5, day 1. I remember when we entered year 6, day 1, which was, 30 days later, 1 year later. And it just said year 6, day 17, so it's now year 6, day 18. So we're into the second half of the 6th year. We are making progress, slowly but surely. So this is putting us down to 51 Digi-Seabasses. That means that we are going to end the day with 49 Digi-Seabasses. We are going to be at the end of year 6, day 18, with 49 Digi-Seabasses. And I think that supply would be due to run out on year 6, day 28. And around that time, I would have to decide what to do next. Whether I go into the item bank and take out the 99 Digi-Seabasses and live off them for the time being, or whether I use the black trouts that are in my inventory to catch another 99 Digi-Seabasses. If I take the Digi-Seabasses out of the item bank, then I would no longer have the Digi-Seabasses in the item bank, but would still have the black trouts in my inventory plus the black trouts in the item bank. But if I choose to use the black trouts in my inventory to catch Digi-Seabasses, then I would no longer have the black trouts in my inventory, but would still have the Digi-Seabasses in the item bank plus the black trouts in the item bank. We've got about 10 days supply of Digi-Seabasses in our inventory still. And yeah, it's year 6, day 18. Wind forwards by 10 days and it will be year 6, day 28. I think Etamon's appetite is about to kick in, and I want to feed him before letting him use the toilet. I've said that Ultimate Digimon need to use the toilet every 6 hours, and I have a feeling that feeding your Digimon can result in your Digimon needing the toilet a bit sooner, and I think that like feeding your Digimon or force feeding your Digimon, I think it can result in your Digimon needing the toilet sooner than it's meant to, you know, sooner than when the 6 hours are up. And like the more you feed your Digimon, I think the more quickly they will need the toilet, and I want my Digimon to want the toilet as infrequently as possible, because I want to, you know, the chore and inconvenience of taking them to the toilet is something I want to minimise, something I want to keep to a minimum. And because of that, if my Digimon needs the toilet and wants to eat at the same time, then I would want to feed my Digimon first, then let my Digimon use the toilet. And then it should be from there 6 hours until they'll need the toilet again, roughly. But if I was to take them to the toilet first and then feed them after they use the toilet, then I think they'll end up wanting the toilet again more soon than 6 hours. There wouldn't be much in it, but I think that it will work out that they'll end up needing the toilet less if I'm feeding them before taking them to the toilet rather than doing it the other way around. And I know that, you know, Etamon's appetite kicks in at around 6 PM, which is also when he wants to sleep. And with our current routine, he seems to be wanting the toilet at around that time as well. And, you know, if Etamon wants the toilet, if I'm able to, I want to wait until his appetite kicks in at around 6 PM and then feed him and then let him use the toilet, rather than letting him use the toilet first. It's just about slowing down their need to next use the toilet, their need to, you know, use the toilet again. It's just about trying to make it happen as infrequently as possible. That does mean, though, that, you know, here onwards at around 6 PM each day, you know, I might loiter for a few moments waiting for my Digimon to want to eat before taking my Digimon to the toilet. Okay, we've just reached 6 PM. I imagine Etamon will want to eat. I think that's how it's been, yeah, during the days. Also, I think it makes more sense to sleep here by the toilet. I mean, I'm not talking about the days when we sleep next to Vegemon. You know, there are days when I go to Vegemon, take sirloins from him, sleep next to him, wake up, then take more sirloins from him. And then there's the other days where I don't sleep next to Vegemon. And on the days when I don't sleep next to Vegemon, usually the days end with my Digimon wanting to sleep and wanting the toilet at the same time, me taking my Digimon to the toilet, and then I think it makes sense to sleep straight away, sleep next to the toilet, and then on the next day, you know, after he wakes up, return to the green gym and do it that way instead of taking my Digimon to the toilet and then returning to the green gym and then letting my Digimon sleep. It's just, I've just said that at the moment it might turn out where I'm having to loiter near the toilet at the end of each day, you know, waiting for my Digimon's appetite to kick in. And if I was to sleep next to the toilet and then return to the green gym, by the time I return to the green gym I will already be a few minutes into the day, and that would essentially mean that a few minutes have been wasted, and hopefully then at the end of the day I won't have to loiter for as long, you know, when Etamon needs the toilet and I, you know, want to wait for him to want to eat first. Hopefully I won't have to, you know, loiter for as long, because a few minutes would have been wasted by me sleeping by the toilet and then entering the new day and then taking a few minutes to return to the green gym, rather than return to the green gym the day before when my Digimon wants to sleep and then sleeping in the green gym and then waking up and, you know, being in the right place, you know, as soon as my Digimon wakes up, and you know, I'll be like a few minutes ahead, because I'll be waking up in the green gym instead of waking up by the toilet and then having to take a few minutes to, you know, walk from the toilet to the green gym. It's just about, you know, trying to waste as much time as possible and hopefully it will just work out so that at around 6 PM, I won't have to, loiter for as long. I want to feed Etamon before letting him use the toilet. And hopefully I won't have to loiter for as long waiting for his appetite to kick in if I go about the game in a way where I'm going to be like a few minutes further behind. On the days when I sleep next to Digimon, hopefully I'll have even less loitering to do, because when I sleep next to Digimon and wake up next to Digimon, I then have to return to the green gym from Digimon, which will take even longer than returning to the green gym from the toilet. And on the days when I wake up next to Digimon, I should be even further behind, even more minutes behind by the time that I return to the green gym and get to the equipment where you can train attack. And hopefully I'll be even further behind, and then when we get to 6 PM or thereabouts, hopefully I'll have to loiter for even less time, waiting for Etamon to want to eat before allowing him to use the toilet. And it's not just at that time, whenever Etamon wants to eat and wants the toilet at the same time, I want to feed him first and then let him use the toilet. Regardless of whether it's 6 PM or any other time during the day. I do seem to have a pretty firm routine at the moment. Etamon seems to be wanting to eat at the same times each day. He seems to be wanting the toilet at the same times each day. I'm training at the green gym, resting at the clinic, feeding him Digi-Sea-Basses, feeding him sirloins, treating sickness with medicines or Centarumon, keeping my medicines topped up, keeping my sirloins topped up by visiting Digimon, getting sirloins from him each day, and doing it in a way where I can get 2 supplies of sirloins in one go, approaching him at the end of the day when Etamon wants to sleep, getting that day's supply of sirloins, then sleeping, and entering the next day, and then speaking to Digimon again, and getting the supply of sirloins for that day as well, and then not needing to return to Digimon until the end of the following day. I'm getting 3 sirloins each day, but it's working out that I'm sort of going to Digimon and getting 2 supplies in one go. Oh, I think that sirloin made our happiness and discipline go down. Okay, I can only imagine that Etamon didn't want to eat, and I force-fed him by giving him that sirloin, even though he does usually want to eat at that time. When I checked his status, he didn't want to eat, he only wanted to sleep. Could it be that there was a delay with him wanting to eat, and that if I stayed awake a bit longer, then his appetite would have kicked in? Also, doesn't he usually want to eat at this time, 6 AM, but his appetite doesn't seem to be kicking in? It's day 22, and Analog Man is back. We are going to be heading to the back dimension from here. Sometimes there are days where your Digimon doesn't want to eat. I think it might be a glitch, and I think it can come from letting your Digimon sleep on the previous day and missing a food slot as a result of it. When we let Etamon sleep, he didn't want to eat at the time, but if we had stayed awake a bit longer, then I think he would have wanted to eat, and by letting him sleep, we missed that food slot. And I think that doing that can result in a glitch where your Digimon doesn't want to eat for the whole of the next day. And that looks like that's the case here. And that means that every time we give him a Digi-Seabass today, we are going to have to force feed him. Because if his appetite's not going to kick in, then we can't feed him when he wants to eat. The only way we would be able to give him food is by force feeding him. And we have to give him Digi-Seabasses in order to keep him alive. And regrettably, we are probably going to have to force feed him today's supply of Digi-Seabasses. We're probably going to have to force feed him each of the Digi-Seabasses, force feed him all 5 of the Digi-Seabasses that he's going to want, that he's going to need in order to survive. Our happiness and discipline is already a bit adrift of the maximum. I hope that our happiness and discipline doesn't become a problem as a result of needing to force feed him 5 times in one day. I think we've already given him 2 Digi-Seabasses for today, both of which were force fed, like they always would be, but then normally the other 3 Digi-Seabasses wouldn't be force fed, but in this case it looks like they will have to be force fed, and I hope that's not going to be a problem with our happiness and discipline. It might also mean that we won't be able to give him a sirloin at about 6 PM, because it looks like he's probably not going to want to eat at that time. And that means that we will lose the benefits of giving him a sirloin when he wants to eat and boosting our happiness and discipline, lose the benefits of being able to feed him the 3 other Digi-Seabasses when he wants to eat, and instead of gaining happiness and discipline from feeding him when he wants to eat, we're going to be losing happiness and discipline from having to force feed him the other Digi-Seabasses. Our Etamon will need the toilet, and by taking him to the toilet, our happiness and discipline will be helped by doing that. But I think that today could prove to be a difficult day for our happiness and discipline. I just hope that it's not going to affect our lifespan, because I would then have to do something to resolve the problem. Either give Etamon a 6th Digi-Seabass, which would be wasteful, because I'd be giving him 1 more Digi-Seabass than what would normally be possible. I have a feeling we have a happy mushroom in the item bank. We could maybe aid the problem with that. Otherwise, we would surely have to abuse the scold trick. Something that you've seen me do a lot already, particularly when we had Skullgreymon as our Digimon. No items for us. The only positivity to take away from the back dimension is the Machinedramon battle itself and the chain melon that we will get from defeating him. There are no other items. The items here at the back dimension have not respawned. I think it's 9 AM, but once we get this battle out of the way, it will then be 10 AM, and that means that we won't get the chain melon from Digimon until 10 AM of today, year 6, day 22. Let me guess, he's going to get straight back up and use his finish. predictable. That's him taken care of, and I was commenting on the time of the day, because if we are going to be given the chain melon at 10 AM, then I guess that means that in 20 days' time, Digimon won't mention about Analog Man until 10 AM or later. Because it's 10 AM now, we are about to get the chain melon on year 6, day 22 at 10 AM. If we wind forwards by 20 days, when Analog Man should be back, year 7, day 12, I think that Digimon won't mention about Analog Man until the earliest of 10 AM, because 10 AM was when we spoke to Digimon after defeating Machinedramon, and he gave us the chain melon, and I think that it will be the return of Analog Man will be 20 days from then. It has to be a minimum of 20 days. It has to be a minimum of 480 hours, which is how many hours there are in exactly 20 days. So it'll have to be the earliest of 10 AM on day 12 of next year. How many more visits to the back dimension can we possibly get? We've just said year 7, day 12, and then I guess it would be year 8, day 2, year 8, day 22, year 9, day 12, year 10, day 2, year 10, day 22. That works out to be 6 more visits to the back dimension, 6 more battles against Machinedramon, 6 more chain melons. Hopefully we will be okay. Hopefully our happiness and discipline is good enough. Good enough in order for us to be able to see the day through without Etamon fading away sooner than expected. Well, the next hour is when Etamon will want to sleep, and if he's still alive on that hour, then great. If he fades away, then we have a problem. Looks like we're fine. It's only sleep that he wants, but hopefully tomorrow his appetite will return to normal and we'll only have to force feed him 2 Digi-Sea-Basses, and hopefully, you know, happiness and discipline will be okay. We won't encounter any problems, won't have to take any measures to you know, ensure that our happiness and discipline is going to be good enough. But you can retire that fort, because we don't actually need to give him Digi-Sea-Basses today. We had the chain melon in our inventory from defeating Machinedramon. We gave that to Etamon, and now we will be fine to see the day through. We won't need to give him any Digi-Sea-Basses today. When his appetite does kick in, we can just give him sirloins. We can take him to the toilet like normal, train like normal, rest at the clinic like normal, sleep like normal, do everything like normal. Just that we won't need to feed him any Digi-Sea-Basses today. It will be sirloins instead. Our sirloins did make it up to 99, and I decided to put those 99 sirloins into the item bank. You saw me do it earlier, and since then I've been continuing to take sirloins from Digimon. Yeah, we've now got, you know, more sirloins building up in our inventory. We've also got 99 sirloins in the item bank. And, well, they're there should we need them. But I imagine the sirloins in our inventory are going to build up. You know, the number of sirloins is going to increase rather than decrease. And we'll probably end up having to sell sirloins from our inventory, because I imagine we will end up eventually with another 99 sirloins in our inventory plus the 99 in the item bank, and then we won't be able to get any more sirloins, and to make room for more we could sell them. We could sell some of them at the item shop, get money for them, and, you know, make way for more sirloins, make way for new sirloins. And just before I gave Etamon the chain melon, I knew that it would greatly boost his happiness, and just before giving it to him, I scolded him until his discipline was at the maximum. That did cause happiness to go down, but the chain melon caused happiness to go back up a lot of the way, and from just making it through the day and being a good tamer, feeding sirloins to Etamon, taking him to the toilet, etc, etc, our happiness and discipline is looking fine. Okay, they are both at the maximum. Etamon doesn't want to sleep at the moment. I can't imagine it'll be too much longer before he does want to sleep. There you go. I noticed our age is now displaying as 17, which really is 170, and that must have happened when we entered day 21 of this year, which was actually 3 days ago now, because it's now year 6, day 24. Year 11, day 1 is now less than 130 days away. Because to get to year 11, day 1, our Digimon would be 300. Our Digimon is over 170. Minus that from 300, less than 130 days until year 11, day 1. But there is the ultimate question of whether we are going to live that long, whether we are going to survive and make it until then. okay, he does want to eat. Unlike that other day when I just assumed and gave him a sirloin, and then it turned out I had force-fed him because he didn't really want to eat, and then I slept and then had a day of Etamon not wanting to eat, and it affected our happiness and discipline. It was just a good thing that we had a happy mushroom in the item bank, which, you know, I used to improve our happiness and discipline. You know, scolding Etamon first, putting discipline down, putting discipline up and happiness down, but then giving him the happy mushroom to put happiness back up. And then the day after that, we had the reprieve of having a chain melon in our inventory, which we were able to give to Etamon, and that solved the problem with, or any problem with happiness and discipline. Hopefully it's, we're not going to encounter any problems like that again. The chain melon did make a nice reprieve, they always do, but we have now gone back to needing to eat into our supply of Digiseabasses. Chain melons are roughly only going to be available every 20 days or so. Digiseabasses, on the other hand, are available 24/7, and while I do love this game, and while I do love doing challenges like these, and, you know, I do love, you know, the challenges that I've done for this game, it is a bit of a nuisance that I do frequently do challenges which seem to require me to need to keep my Digimon alive beyond its normal lifespan, requiring me to do lots of fishing, catch lots of Digiseabasses. Don't know what it is with me, but I just seem to be drawn to doing challenges where lots of fishing is involved, because I end up needing to keep my Digimon alive beyond its lifespan, you know, prolonging its life to more than what should be possible. I was commenting on the back dimension and saying that I'm probably going to have, you know, 6 more visits to the back dimension. You know, I worked out the years and the days, and I think I said that the last one would be on year 10, day 22. But thinking about it, it will probably actually be later than that, because I don't think that the next back dimension will be available until the earliest of 10 AM, and then when you account for the time that it will take to get to the back dimension and defeat Machinedramon and get a chain melon, and well, speak to Digimon and get the chain melon, by then it will be later than 10 AM, and that means that the next back dimension, there'll be no mention of Digimon until later than 10 AM, and then the one after that will be even later, and yeah, we'll probably end up it'll probably work out where the last back dimension will probably be later than year 10, day 22. So if it gets to the point where like, let's say like the mention of Analog Man goes from like 10 AM to 1 AM to 4 PM, sorry, 10 AM to 1 PM to 4 PM to 6 PM, Etamon would then want to sleep, and that would take us forward until 4 AM the next day, and we might not defeat Machinedramon and get the chain melon until say 6 AM, and that's on like the following day, and then the next back dimension would be 20 days after that. So there's probably going to be at least 1 or 2 occasions where the back dimension will roll on to the next day, and the 6th back dimension will probably be later than year 10, day 22, but before year 11, day 1, and we would be able to benefit from, or 6 chain melons, would be able to get 6 more visits to the back dimension, 6 more battles against Machinedramon. We probably would be able to get 6 more chain melons and benefit from all of them. The last back dimension was year 6, day 22, wasn't it? So it would go year 7, day 12, year 8, day 2, year 8, day 22, year 9, day 12, year 10, day 2, year 10, day 22. I've explained that it might not be those days exactly, because where it gets a bit later each day, when we find out about, when Digimon mentions about Analog Man, it gets a bit later each day. When we defeat Machinedramon and get the chain melon, it's a bit later each day. So it might not work out to be those days exactly. It might roll on to the next day, and then maybe there might come a point where it roll on again. But I'm confident that we will be able to get 6 more chain melons and benefit from all of them. That will, 6 chain melons, that will equate to 6 free days. 6 days of not needing to use Digi-Seabasses. And we do still have a good supply left over from all the grinding we did. Still got over 100 Digi-Seabasses when you account for the ones in the item bank. We've also got 198 black trouts, with 99 of them in our inventory, 99 of them in the item bank. But even allowing for what we've already got, plus the chain melons, we are still going to need to make more trips to the Dragon Eye Lake, do more fishing, catch more black trouts, catch more Digi-Seabasses. Our days of fishing are not over. We've still got, work to do. But I'm glad that I did do the grinding that I did, because it got a lot of work done. I know that we didn't do... I know that the work that we did wasn't enough to keep us going for the rest of the challenge, but I knew that that wouldn't be possible. It was just about trying to make as much progress as possible at the time, taking away progress that we would have to make in the future. It stopped us from needing to visit the Dragon Eye Lake every 10 days or so. We've been able to keep away from the Dragon Eye Lake. And I'll just have to decide what next to do. When we use up the last of the Digi-Seabasses that are in our inventory, I have to decide, what to do then. We're going down to 9 Digi-Seabasses, which is enough for 1 full day, but not enough for 2 full days. The Digi-Seabasses that we've got in our inventory will see us through tomorrow, but not the day after that. It would see us through some of the day, but not all of it. There's 4 Digi-Seabasses. I imagine that we would fade away after 12 hours, which wouldn't be enough for us to make it through the day. We would fade away before Etamon wants to sleep. We wouldn't be able to make it up to the point in which Etamon wants to sleep. We would fade away before then. We wouldn't be able to make it through the day. we are only going to be, well, at this rate, we are only going to be okay for today, not tomorrow. Something will need to happen between now and then. Something will need to change. Well, I can think of, two solutions. Either go to the Dragon Eye Lake with the 99 black trouts that I've got in my inventory and use them to catch Digi Basses, and then we will have, a supply of Digi Basses in our inventory again, waiting to be used. The other option is to go to the item bank and take out the 99, or take out the Digi Basses that we've got in the item bank, and then live off those for the time being. If I'm feeling lazy, then I suppose I'll probably just go to the item bank and take out the Digi Basses. But if I feel like trying to do more work now and less work later, instead of doing less work now and more work later, then the Dragon Eye Lake is a place that we would need to visit. Appetite's not come into play yet. Now it has. We're about to wake up on year 6, day 29. Only 2 days left until we will be done with year 6 and we'll move on to year 7. And Etamon will reach the age of 180, and there would be only 4 years left, 120 days. And I am going into the item bank, as you can see. And I've taken out 1 Digi-Seabass, and my reason for doing that is so that we now have enough Digi-Seabasses in our inventory in order to get through today. We were 1 Digi-Seabass short of being able to make it through today, but we took 1 out of the item bank. That means that we now have 98 Digi-Seabasses in the item bank instead of 99, but in our inventory we have enough Digi-Seabasses in order to see today through. Yeah, we're not going to come up 1 Digi-Seabass short. We can survive until Etamon wants to sleep, and then by sleeping we will be taken forward to the next day. Okay, as far as our inventory is concerned, we are out of Digi-Seabasses, but we can make it through the rest of today. Okay, it's 5 PM, 1 hour until 6 PM, which is the hour in which Etamon will want to sleep, and probably around that sort of time he will also want to eat and want the toilet. We have saved at Digimon's house, and we are now heading to the Dragon Eye Lake, and Etamon has just signalled for the toilet. I would like to feed Etamon before letting him use the toilet, but he's not going to want to eat until the next hour. Our discipline is at the maximum, so Etamon will comfortably hold on for long enough. There is a toilet down here. If we wait near it, then when we reach the next hour, Etamon should want to sleep and should also want to eat. We can let him eat, then let him use the toilet, then head to the Dragon Eye Lake. Etamon will want to sleep, and the sleep bubble will be the only bubble that he will be showing us. Okay, his appetite has kicked in. Obviously a sirloin is what we will give him. As you can probably guess, we are here to use our black trouts, the black trouts that are in our inventory, to catch Digi-Sea Basses, replace the Digi-Sea Basses that have been used up, the ones that we no longer have in our inventory. And like with always, we will do about half of the work, then we will let Etamon sleep, and then we will do the other half after he wakes up. We are currently fishing for 55 Digi-Sea Basses, which will put us down to 44 black trouts if we don't have any unsuccessful catches. I will then use meat to catch 5 black trouts, bringing our number of black trouts from 44 up to 49. That would mean having 49 black trouts in the inventory, as well as 55 Digi-Sea Basses. Then we will let Etamon sleep after he wakes up, give him 5 Digi-Sea Basses, so that he will be able to make it through today, well, tomorrow it will be. Give him 5 Digi-Sea Basses so that he'll be able to make it through tomorrow. That will bring us down to 50 Digi-Sea Basses, but we will still have 49 black trouts in our inventory, and we will then use those 49 black trouts to catch 49 Digi-Sea Basses, bringing us up to 99 Digi-Sea Basses and bringing us down to 0 black trouts. And if we do have any unsuccessful catches, then all we have to do is catch more black trouts. You know, we've got plenty of meat in our inventory in order to be able to afford unsuccessful catches. You know, we can catch extra black trouts using meat. There will be no risk of us running out of meat. Okay. There we are, 55 Digi-Sea-Basses, 49 black trouts, 93 meats, that's 6 adrift of 99, which I suppose means that so far we've had 1 unsuccessful catch. But all of that progress is now safe. This is where we give Etamon today's supply of Digi-Sea-Basses, putting us in a position where we won't need to give him any more Digi-Sea-Basses today. He will be able to survive today. We won't need to give him any more Digi-Sea-Basses until tomorrow. When he does want to eat during the day, we can simply give him sirloins. We've got plenty of those. Now it's about catching the rest of the Digi-Sea-Basses. This is where we use the rest of our black trouts to catch the rest of the Digi-Sea-Basses. We fish until we have 99 Digi-Sea-Basses. Any unsuccessful catches, and we'll have to use meat to catch extra black trouts. The plan is for us to leave the Dragoneye Lake with 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory, and we won't have to eat into any of them until tomorrow, because we've already given Etamon enough Digi-Sea-Basses in order to survive today. So what's happened since we last came to the Dragoneye Lake is that the 99 Digi-Sea-Basses that were in our inventory have been used up, but now we are replacing those Digi-Sea-Basses at the expense of the black trouts that were in our inventory, and by the time that we are done, we would have 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory like before, but we won't have any black trouts in our inventory. But we do still have the fish in the item bank, 99 black trouts and 98 Digi-Sea-Basses. So, you know, we can replace the black trouts, we can replace the Digi-Sea-Basses once they run out. But it's all looking pretty good. 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in the inventory, enough in order to survive for the best part of 20 days, and we don't actually need to use any of them until tomorrow, so it'll be more like 21 days. We're going to get a chain melon in that time, and when you account for that, it'll be more like 22 days. And then we would have to rely on the fish that we've got in the item bank. Either we would have to take out the Digi-Sea-Basses and live off those, or leave them in the item bank for the time being, take out the black trouts and use them to catch Digi-Sea-Basses, and then we would have Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory and in the item bank. Whereas if we were to simply take the Digi-Sea-Basses out of the item bank, then we would have Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory but not in the item bank. And then there's also the black trouts that would either be in the item bank or in our inventory, depending on whether we leave the black trouts in the item bank or take them out and put them into our inventory. Don't need to worry for the moment though, because we've got 99 Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory. That will keep us going for the time being. Now, after taking a needed break for the Dragon Eye Lake, taking a break from the city to go to the Dragon Eye Lake and do some fishing, we are now back in the city, and again it is now about wasting time, passing the time, trying to get through the days. Year 6, day 30, about to become Year 7, day 1. Year 7, day 1 it is. 4 years exactly until year 11, day 1. 120 days exactly until year 11, day 1. The significance being that year 11, day 1 is when 10 years have passed, when you get presented with the medal for surviving 10 years. That is exactly 4 years away, exactly 120 days away. We have been at it for 180 days. That is how old Etamon will now be. $180 out of 300. Is that 60%? Oh yeah, of course it is, because 6 years out of 10 years, 60%. 6 years out of 10 years, 180 days out of 300 days. 6 years done, 4 years left. 180 days done, 120 days left. $120 days, roughly 5 Digi-Seabasses per day. I say roughly because it would work out to be a tiny bit less when you account for the chain melons, but let's just say 5 Digi-Seabasses per day, 120 days. I think that's 600 Digi-Seabasses needed. We've got almost 200 Digi-Seabasses. When you count what's in our inventory and what's in our item bank, that's almost 200. If you include the black trouts that are in our inventory, then when those get exchanged for Digi-Seabasses, then that would be closer to 300, which would be almost half. When you account for the chain melons, maybe it would be half. I suppose that we would need to catch another 300 or so black trouts and then use them to catch another 300 or so Digi-Seabasses. Of course, that's just the fishing side of things. We do have to live through the days as well. The fishing is the hardest part, but getting through the days is a requirement as well. It is also a job. It is also a chore, and it is going to consume time. But I remember when we entered year 5, day 1, we've lasted another 2 years since then, and we now need to last 4 years more. So those 2 years that we've made it through, do that twice more, and the last medal will be ours. I am struggling for things to comment on. We're going to be doing the same stuff over and over again. What we've already done, we are going to continue to do that. And we are going to continue. And what I am going to be doing isn't really going to be changing much. I can't really be doing much new stuff, and that's making it difficult for me to know what to comment on, really. Because if I'm just going to be repeating the same actions, then I'm not really going to be able to comment on anything new. And, as well as repeating the same actions, I also don't want to be repeating the same commentary. I don't want to be saying the same things over and over, as well as doing the same things over and over. I want to be successful with this challenge. I want Etamon to live to 300. I want Etamon to live until year 11, day 1. And I want to get the 10-year medal. And finish with 14 out of 15 medals. But the 15th medal is an unobtainable medal. If we are just going to talk about the medals that can be achieved, then we will be at 14 out of 14. It's currently 13 out of 14. But get up to 14 out of 14 and the challenge will be done. I want to be successful with this challenge. I want to make it to the end of the challenge. But there's time in between now and then. And we have to make it through that time. We have to make it through the next 4 years. We have to make it through 10 years in total. We have to make it through time. We can't just skip it. We have to make it through the days. I'm trying to go about it as quickly as possible, But, you know, on top of making it through the days, we also need to be keeping ourselves alive with Digi-Sea-Basses. And that means that, you know, we do have the separate chore of having to go to the Dragon Eye Lake for all the fishing, so that we are physically able to stay alive and make it through the days. I suppose our next break from this will be Year 7, Day 12, because that's when Analog Man will next be available. The back dimension will next be available, and you know, it is nice to get, you know, breaks from this. Breaks from doing the same stuff over and over again. You know, we've got more than enough Digi-Sea-Basses in order for us to not need to go to the item bank, sorry, Dragon Eye Lake. Yeah, we've got enough Digi-Sea-Basses in order for us to not need to go to the Dragon Eye Lake again until a later time, and I think that our next visit to the back dimension will come before our next visit to the Dragon Eye Lake. So I suppose our next break will be on Year 7, Day 12, when Machinedramon will next be available. And that is a pleasant break, because I do enjoy going to the back dimension and defeating Machinedramon, getting a chain melon, maybe get other items as well if the items in the back dimension respawn. But even without those items, you know, still get a chain melon and defeat Machinedramon. And your chain melons are helpful, you know, we don't just go to the back dimension for fun. You know, it is also helpful to get a chain melon. Each chain melon that we give to our Digimon saves us from needing an extra 5 Digi-Sea-Basses. You know, however many Digi-Sea-Basses would be needed in order to survive, you know, for each chain melon we can reduce the number of Digi-Sea-Basses by 5. trying to think how many times we would go to the back dimension in total. Because it's every 20 days. If we are going to last for 300 days, then 300 divided by 20, I think that's 15. But then the back dimension wasn't an option at the very start of the game. It didn't become an option until after we defeated Machinedramon at Mount Infinity, which I think was around day 10 or so. So I'm thinking, you know, we wouldn't get 15 chain melons in this challenge, maybe 13 or 14. If each chain melon saves us from needing to catch 5 Digi-Seabasses, then 13 chain melons, I think that would save us from the need of 65 Digi-Seabasses. 14 chain melons would be 70 Digi-Seabasses. And not forgetting that you have to catch black trouts first before you can catch Digi-Seabasses. Although it would be 65 or 70 Digi-Seabasses, when it comes to fish in general, it would be 130 or 140, because you'd have to allow for the black trouts as well. Each chain melon saves us from 10 fish, 5 Digi-Seabasses and 5 black trouts. 13 or 14 chain melons would save us from 130 or 140 fish. And the back dimension is a pleasant break, whereas the Dragon Eye Lake is not a pleasant break. The Dragon Eye Lake is worse than the city. If anything, I would say that being in the city and making it through the days is a break from the Dragon Eye Lake, rather than the Dragon Eye Lake being a break from this. But the back dimension I do definitely look forward to. It is definitely a nice thing. Another day, another dollar. That's the saying that people say, except in this case, no money is involved, so it's just another day. And as somebody who lives in the United Kingdom, more specifically England, dollars wouldn't be much good to me. Pounds, they're good. But any other currency is useless when you live in the UK like I do. I know that countries do sometimes change their currencies, and apart from pounds, I suppose the only other currency that the UK could go by, I suppose, would be euros, because a lot of European countries use euros, and we are part of Europe after all. But at the moment we use pounds, and as someone who's not particularly good with geography, and not particularly good with history, and not particularly good with politics, and not particularly good with economics, and not particularly smart overall, this is a topic that I am not very clued up on. But when you're playing Digimon World, I suppose the most important thing is your knowledge on the game, your knowledge on Digimon. My knowledge is not fantastic, but not terrible either. My knowledge is good enough, I suppose. Although a lot of, when it comes to like playing the game and doing challenges and things like that, I do rely very heavily on online resources, like guides, things that, sites that contain information, like Digivolution guides, where it's, like guides on like Digivolutions and, all of the possible Digimon that a Digimon can Digivolve to, and the requirements and things like that. And then like tournament guides, like all of the different tournaments, when they are available, which Digimon can enter, technique guides, like all of the techniques that a Digimon can learn, all of the techniques that a Digimon can use, where best to learn the techniques. I rely on things like that very heavily. Resources, mostly online resources, I rely on them very heavily. I rely on them for the knowledge and the information, and even though I might appear to know stuff when I play the game, I think a lot of it is not stuff that I know off the top of my head. It's not stuff that I've got stored in my mind. It's stuff that's available on the internet, which I consult and rely on. You know, I typically don't really have knowledge off the top of my head. I, rely on resources where I can get the knowledge and information, and I study it at the time and sort of, know it at the time, but it's not long before I forget it. And if I was to do this challenge again, I would have to reconsult the guides and resources to remind myself of the information. And when I'm done with the challenge or done with a certain part of the challenge, I soon forget it. I'm not very good at remembering stuff. I will learn stuff, but then soon have it slip my mind, soon forget it. I have to rely on resources, and I have to keep relying on them, because once I'm done with them, I then, forget what I learnt, and then have to reconsult them if I was to do a challenge where I need the same sort of information, the same sort of knowledge. Year 7, Day 6, about to become Year 7, Day 7, and then just 5 more days until Year 7, Day 12, the day of the back dimension. And I think we have to wait until the earliest of 10 AM before Digimon will mention about Analog Man, and then the back dimension could be at 3 different locations, either Greylord's Mansion, or the Ogre Fortress, or the Ice Sanctuary. As far as I'm aware, it's random which location the back dimension will be at. When Digimon does say about the back dimension, I just cut through from the city to the Digimon Bridge to the tropical jungle and make my way to Greylord's Mansion. That is the nearest place out of the 3 locations that the back dimension could be at. So I check the Greylord's Mansion first. If the back dimension is there, then great. If it's not, then I make my way to the Ogre Fortress from the Greylord's Mansion. The Overdale Cemetery, Overdale, Great Canyon entrance, Great Canyon. Make my way to the Ogre Fortress. If the back dimension is there, then great. If it's not, then I know that it would have to be at the Ice Sanctuary, and I then make my way to the Ice Sanctuary from the Olga Fortress, from the Great Canyon to Friesland, make way to the Ice Sanctuary, and the back dimension will be there. I don't know where the back dimension will be, but I think that it makes sense to just start with the place that's nearest. And if that's not it, then move on to the next nearest place, and if that's not it, then move on to the only other place that it can possibly be at. If you defeat Machinedramon, then the Chain Melon is a guarantee. What I'm less sure about is the items at the back dimension. When you defeat Machinedramon at Mount Infinity, and then the back dimension becomes available for the first time, the items are always there, but when you return to the back dimension, it seems that sometimes the items respawn and sometimes they don't. If the items do respawn, then that's great, because you can get another ray gun and another of each item chip, and you can either put the items to use or sell them or put them into the item bank, do whatever you want. But yeah, I don't know how it works with the items at the back dimension. I don't know what influences whether or not they respawn. I don't know if it's something that you have control over. It just seems that in my experiences, the items sometimes respawn and sometimes don't. And it's nice when they do respawn, but I don't know if it's something that we have any control over. Just if we did have control over it, then it would be great if we could go about things in a way where the items respawn every time. But if we don't have control over it, and it's something else, something else that determines whether or not the items respawn, then I suppose there's not really anything that we can do. I'm not sure if it's purely a case of luck, purely a case of chance, or if there's more to it than that. With the position that I'm in, I don't really need the items at the back dimension. It's Machinedramon that I want. It's the chain melon that I want. But I suppose for general gameplay and future challenges that I might do for the game, I suppose it would be nice to understand how the back dimension works in regards to the items and whether or not they respawn. Because in the future, if I'm just playing the game casually or doing a different challenge, then I could be in a position where I would have something to gain from being able to benefit from collecting the items at the back dimension, more than just once, more than just the first time. If you go to the back dimension for the first time, the items are a guarantee, but after that I don't know how it works. In my experiences, the items are sometimes available, sometimes not. Sometimes they respawn, sometimes they don't. The only thing that I know to be a certainty, apart from the fact that the items are available the first time, is the fact that Machinedramon is always available every time. You always get a chain melon when you defeat Machinedramon, if you speak to Digimon afterwards. And then it would be 20 days until your next opportunity to go to the back dimension and encounter Machinedramon again. I do remember many years ago when I found out about the fact that Digi-Seabasses prolong your Digimon's lifespan, and I had a Machinedramon as my Digimon, who I intentionally kept alive by using Digi-Seabasses. I wasn't doing videos at the time. It wasn't something that I was recording, I was just playing the game casually, but I came up with the idea of wanting to keep Machinedramon alive with Digi-Seabasses, and I came up with the idea of seeing how far I could go, seeing if it was possible to get Machinedramon to live to 100, and I did in fact, I did indeed get Machinedramon to live to 100, and that was my very first experience with getting a Digimon to live to 100, and from doing it I found out that that when you get to 100, your Digimon's age just displays as 10, and although I wasn't 100% about the reason at the time, I do now know that the reason for that is because there's only room for 2 digits, and it displays the first 2 digits. And when you're 100, the first 2 digits are 1, 0, same as whether you're 101 or 105 or 109, but then when you get to 110, it displays as 11, because then the first 2 digits are no longer 1, 0, but 1, 1. And when I did get Machinedramon to live to 100, I did actually then do a video about it, a video which is on my YouTube channel. I think it was recorded and uploaded back in 2012, over 10 years ago, but there is the video Machinedramon lives to 100, and I have to say, when I did get Machinedramon to live to 100, you know, using 5 Digi-Basses every day, starting from when he was about 18 or so, you know, getting him up to 100, it did feel like it took forever. You know, catching all of the black trouts and all the Digi-Basses, giving all the Digi-Basses to my Digimon, making it through all the days, it did feel like it took forever, you know, getting Machinedramon to live to 100. You know, it really dragged, and it seemed like, you know, a massive challenge. But from doing this challenge, getting my Digimon up to the age of 100, it felt like it went a lot more quickly, a lot more smoothly, and was nowhere near as difficult. It just felt like it didn't go on for anywhere near as long, didn't, you know, drag anywhere near as much. And my Digimon is now closer to 200 than 100, you know, closer to being double the age that Machinedramon was. And you know, even though in this challenge it's taken more days, taken more fish, it just feels like it hasn't been as bad. It feels like it hasn't taken as long, that it hasn't been as much of a drag, hasn't been as much of a drain. And you know, if we are to make it to year 11, day 1, you know, make it to the point in which 10 years have elapsed, then that would be 10 years, which is also the same as 300 days, and it means that my Digimon would live to the age of 300, which is, you know, 3 times the age of the Machinedramon. And all of a sudden, getting a Digimon up to 100 just doesn't seem like anywhere near as big, anywhere near as much of an achievement, anywhere near as significant. It just seems like a lot less now. That's probably because of the comparison that I'm making to my Digimon's current age in this challenge and the age that they could possibly live to. But apart from the fact that it gives you longer with your Digimon and gives you more time to do things, there isn't really anything much to gain from, you know, prolonging your Digimon's lifespan, making your Digimon live longer than it's meant to. You know, you don't get a medal for your Digimon living to a certain age. You know, there are no achievements that you can earn which are connected to your Digimon living to a certain age. it's only because of the challenge that I'm doing why I'm keeping my Digimon alive. It's compulsory to keep my Digimon alive. This is a maximum progress with 1 lifespan challenge. But apart from challenges where it's necessary to keep my Digimon alive, I don't really think that prolonging my Digimon's lifespan and trying to live to certain ages is something that I would pursue. Generally speaking, if we put aside challenges like these, I don't have anything to gain by getting a Digimon to live to 100. I don't have anything to gain by getting a Digimon to live to 1,000. And, I don't really see the point in it. I don't really see the point in keeping a Digimon alive just for the sake of keeping it alive, just for the sake of trying to live to a certain age, trying to earn some sort of achievement, an achievement that you don't gain anything from. If someone was to get a Digimon to live to 1,000, then they might feel accomplished. And, good for them if they do succeed at it and do feel accomplished. But I don't see the appeal for myself doing it. I'm trying to think, if a Digimon was to live to 1,000, how many, years would that be? Because 10 years is 300 days. So 900 days would be 30 years. 990 days would be 33 years. 1,000 days would be 30... I think 1,000 days would be 33 years and 10 days, which I think would show as year 34, day 10, because year 34, day 1 would be the end of 33 years, which I think would be 990 days. And then 10 more days, year 34, day 11, I think. I think that would be when 1,000 days have passed, and if you were to have the same Digimon the whole time, and keep the Digimon alive, then your Digimon would be at the age of 1,000, but starting with that Digimon on year 1, day 1, you would have to survive until year 34, day 11. I really can't say that I see the appeal. Tomorrow is the day of the back dimension, if I'm remembering correctly, because we are entering year 7, day 12, which I think is the day of the back dimension, and I think 10 AM is our earliest opportunity for Digimon to inform us of Analog Man. Yesterday was year 7, day 11, which I think was the day that we reached 190. Our age did show as 19, which is obviously 190, and I think we reached that age yesterday when we entered year 7, day 11. And I suppose that that means that on year 7, day 21, we would reach the age of 200, which would show as 20, but we would be 200. We would be, roughly double the age of the Machinedramon, who I got to the age of 100, or if anything, slightly over 100. And we will be 2/3 of the way to being 300. 2/3 of the way to the 10-year medal, and you can see Digimon is telling us about Analog Man. And I was saying about the reality of getting a Digimon to live to 1,000. Well, in 9 days' time, on year 7, day 21, I believe that we would be 1/5 of the way there. 200 out of 1,000, I think that's 1/5, 20%. So, when we get to that point, everything that we would have done from the very start of the game all the way up until then, that would account for 1/5 of what you would have to do in total in order to get a Digimon to live to 1,000. But that's just focusing on survival through the days, making it through the days and keeping your Digimon alive with Digi-Seabasses and things like that. There are things that we have done in this challenge which we wouldn't have needed to have done if we were just aiming to live for as long as possible. Like all the medals that we've gone after, the techniques that we learned, the tournaments that we won, none of that would have been necessary if we were just aiming to, live for as long as possible. And, even though succeeding at this challenge would mean putting us some of the way towards reaching the age of 1,000, about 30% of the way, I just can't see any interest in going through with it. I can't see any desire to do it. I don't see what I would have to gain from it. The only thing that I could possibly gain from it would be like the feeling of satisfaction, the feeling of accomplishment, but I don't think I would feel accomplished, because I just don't think that it's something that interests me. Greylord's mansion was not the place of the back dimension, so how about the Olga Fortress? No, not here either. We're going to have to go to the Ice Sanctuary. Yeah, the back dimension is at the last place that we are going to check. Place that is furthest away from the city. The Ice Sanctuary is where we have to go. I understand that with Birdramon you might be able to speed up the process of getting to the back dimension. You're having Birdramon take you to the Great Canyon would be a much faster way of getting to the Olga Fortress. Having Birdramon take you to Friesland would be a much faster way of getting to the Ice Sanctuary. I'm not sure if having Birdramon take you to the Great Canyon would be a quicker way of getting to Greylord's mansion, as opposed to simply getting there on foot. You know, you could either get there on foot, or get there on foot by going from the city to the Digimon Bridge, to the Tropical Jungle, to Overdale, to the Overdale Cemetery, and then the Greylord's mansion, or have Birdramon take you to the Great Canyon and then backtrack to the Great Canyon entrance, and then Overdale Cemetery, Greylord's mansion. You know, I'm not sure which way would be faster, but even though, you know, Birdramon would be a quicker way of getting to the other two locations, you know, I'm happy to just explore on foot, you know, starting at the city, going to Greylord's mansion first, with the option of then going to the Olga Fortress if the back dimension is not at Greylord's mansion, and then the option of going to the Ice Sanctuary if the back dimension is not at the Olga Fortress either. And while travelling, I do also look out for items that might be of use. Happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms. You know, I do look out for such items, because if I was to find an item like that, then I could put it in the item bank and hold on to it, and you know, it might come in handy. Yeah, it certainly wouldn't hurt to hold on to such an item in the item bank. Looks like I was wrong to think that I would be able to finish him off with one Megalospark. It, in fact, took 2 Megalosparks. And to begin with, that battle went brilliantly, paralysing Machinedramon with the first Thunderbolt before he had done any full powers, so that, you know, my attacks were doing over 1,000 damage. One of them did as much as 1,300. Then he did 1 full power, which, you know, made his defense better, so that my attacks were less powerful. I did paralyze him again, but my attacks were doing less damage because of the full power. And then the tail end didn't go quite so well, with him blocking one of my attacks and me thinking that I could finish the job with 1 Megalospark, but having to use an extra Megalospark. After I paralysed him the first time, if he didn't do full power and then I paralysed him again, then, you know, I could have been on course for like the fastest ever Machinedramon battle. I don't know if there's speed runs for, you know, like the Machinedramon rematches at the back dimension, but to begin with it was looking like I was on course to achieve that, but then things started to go less well. This is where we wait until 6 PM, because as you know, I want to feed Etamon before letting him use the toilet. Here we go. Well, I don't know if you enjoyed our little trip to the back dimension and the brief pause that it gave us, well, the brief break that it gave us from just doing the same stuff in the city over and over again, and the brief reprieval that we will get from the chain melon. You know, not needing to give any Digi-C-passes to our Digimon for the day. But the break and the reprieval is to be short-lived, because now, you know, we are back to just trying to pass the time, and the next back dimension won't be until another 19 days. And the chain melon will only keep us going for today. We will need to go back to using Digi-Sea-Basses as our main source of food tomorrow. And then it's pretty much going to be a case of repeating the same actions either until I go to the Dragon Eye Lake for more fishing, or until the next trip to the back dimension, whatever happens first. If I was to use the Digi-Sea-Basses that are in my inventory and then move on to the Digi-Sea-Basses that are in the item bank, once the Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory run out, then I think I would be able to make it up to the next back dimension visit before needing to make another journey to the Dragon Eye Lake. But if I instead choose to leave the Digi-Sea-Basses that are in the item bank and replace the Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory by using the black trouts to catch more Digi-Sea-Basses, then our next visit to the Dragon Eye Lake would come before our next visit to the back dimension. And we've got the best part of 40 Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory, which is enough for 8 days. And I think we've got the best part of 100 Digi-Sea-Basses in the item bank, which is enough for 20 days. It's just a case of what I choose to do next. When the Digi-Sea-Basses in my inventory run out, I will then have to choose which way I wish to replace the Digi-Sea-Basses. Taking out the Digi-Sea-Basses that are in the item bank won't require going to the Dragon Eye Lake, but taking the black trouts out of the item bank and using them to catch Digi-Sea-Basses, that will require a trip to the Dragon Eye Lake. In the item bank, I've got a supply of Digi-Sea-Basses and a supply of black trouts, and at some point I will have to use both of those supplies. At some point I'll have to take the Digi-Sea-Basses out and give them to my Digimon, take the black trouts out and use them to catch Digi-Sea-Basses. It's just a question of what order I go in, whether I use the Digi-Sea-Basses first or the black trouts first. Taking the Digi-Sea-Basses out first would mean doing less work initially but more work later, whereas taking the black trouts out of the item bank would mean doing more work initially but less work later. If there are still viewers who are still watching this challenge, who have, you know, watched this far without skipping any bits out, then I applaud you. I, you know, give credit to you. And if you continue to watch this challenge and, you know, watch the rest of it, and without skipping any bits out so that you end up watching the whole of the challenge without skipping any bits, then I really do applaud you. I really do take my hat off to you. Because, you know, if somebody else did this challenge and they did it the same way that I'm doing it, I don't think I would be able to watch the whole of the challenge. I think I would skip some of it out. I think I would skip a lot of it out. I don't think I would be able to just watch it all the way through, every single minute of it, you know, without skipping parts of it out. So I'd be very impressed if, you know, people can watch this without getting bored. Boredom is something that I'm definitely experiencing, and, you know, I'm the person who's doing the challenge. You know, you would expect me to be really passionate about it, and, you know, I am passionate about it, but I can't deny experiencing boredom as well. You know, I'm, you know, experiencing boredom from, you know, doing this challenge, and I would think that, you know, watching it would be even more boring. And, you know, that's why I'm saying, you know, credit to you if you are able to, you know, sit through all of this. I don't think I would be able to. This is one of those things, really. I mean, this is a challenge that I wanted to do. And, you know, I don't have any regrets. And, you know, it's an unfortunate reality that, you know, a challenge like this will contain elements that are not particularly exciting, you know, elements that are boring, tedious, repetitive, painful. You know, it's pretty much inevitable that, you know, that will be, you know, the case at times. I think that, you know, what we are doing now, working towards the 10-year medal, I think that that is the worst part of this challenge. I think this is, you know, the most painful part of the challenge, the most boring part of the challenge, the most uninteresting part of the challenge. And I would say that the arena tournament medals were the second worst. You know, when I reached the point in which I made a start with the arena tournaments, I knew that I had a lot of work ahead of me regarding the tournaments. I knew that, you know, it was going to be, you know, boring at times, uninteresting, you know, painful, and I also knew that it wasn't going to be the worst. I knew that we had worse ahead of us, that being what we are doing now. You know, it was fun recruiting Digimon, learning techniques, getting the medals that I got earlier in the challenge, but the arena tournaments, that was not pleasant, and what we are doing now is even worse. You know, this challenge has definitely had its highlights. You know, it's had some very good bits, some very fun bits, some very enjoyable bits, some very entertaining bits, you know, bits that were a pleasure to do. But, you know, with a challenge like this and, you know, what needs to be done, it's, you know, unavoidable that there are some downsides as well. There are some bits that we need to do which, you know, I'm less fond of. The bits which are less fun to do, less fun to watch. And there's not really anything much I can do about it. We've got a job to do. Well, we've got, you know, I've got, when I started this challenge, I had jobs to do. Some were fun to do and probably fun to watch. Some are not fun to do and probably not fun to watch. But, you know, I'm still here, and I'm going to be staying here. Yeah, I'm going to be sticking with this challenge. And, you know, if there are viewers who choose to stick around and enjoy doing so, you know, enjoy sticking around, then, you know, I'm happy for you. You know, I'm happy that you're sticking around and that you're liking the challenge. If you're not enjoying it, or at the very least if you're not enjoying it at the moment, then I probably would advise you to just skip forwards. Skip forwards to, you know, later, you know, skip to, you know, a later part of the video, a later part of the challenge, skip to, you know, the end of the video, the end of the challenge, you know, see the final results. Because I don't want, you know, viewers to stick around if they're really not liking it. I can understand, you know, viewers not liking this, and I wouldn't want them to stick around just for the sake of sticking around, you know, not if they are not enjoying it. I'm starting to wonder if this challenge, this challenge, I'm sort of starting to wonder if, like, the very beginning of the challenge, when I started with Agumon, was the best part of the challenge, and it just sort of like progressively went downhill. I wonder if the challenge was, you know, like, most enjoyable when we had Muncymon as our Digimon, and then the challenge became less enjoyable each time I digivolved to a different Digimon from there. As with Muncymon, you know, we had Digimon to recruit, techniques to learn, tournaments to win. Then we moved on to a different Digimon, Metal Greymon, where we had recruitments to do, and we actually did the last of the recruitments with him. And then we had, you know, techniques to learn, tournaments to win. Then we moved on to the next Digimon, I think it was Piximon, where we had, you know, techniques to learn, tournaments to win. And I wonder if it just became increasingly repetitive, increasingly predictable. Yeah, I wonder if the challenge sort of like went downhill every time I digivolved, because I wonder if it was becoming, you know, more tedious, more repetitive, more predictable. And gradually it became less about learning techniques and less about competing in new tournaments, and more about just competing in the same tournaments over and over again, in the interest of trying to get up to 100 championship wins. And although it was probably great when we finally did finish with the tournaments, you know, finally did get the chore of the tournaments out of the way, I think the bad news is the fact that what we then moved on to was, in my opinion, even worse than the tournaments. And I don't know how you viewers feel, but you know, I think that what we are doing now is worse than when we were competing in the tournaments and working towards the arena medals. And I think that, yeah, all the tournament stuff that we were doing was the worst part of the challenge until we moved on to this, and now this is even worse. Are there any significant days coming up? We defeated Machinedramon on Year 7, Day 12. So the return of Analog Man won't be until Year 8, Day 2. That's not until next year. year 7, day 21, which is getting nearer, that should be the day that we reach 200. You know, the day that Etamon will reach the age of 200, and you know, that will also be when we will be exactly 2/3 of the way to 10 years. And then I think year 8, day 1 would be when we would reach 210, which I think would be when we would be 70% of the way to 10 years. And then the day after that, year 8, day 2, would be the day of the back dimension. The Digi Seabasses in our inventory are getting low. I think we have less than 20 remaining. Yeah, we will need the item bank. We will... I mean, eventually we'll need both the Digi Seabasses that are in there and the black trouts that are in there, but initially we'll need one of them, either the black trouts or the Digi Seabasses. Yeah, we will need to go to the item bank and use the fish that are available to us. The supply that's in our inventory is not going to last much longer. I assume that at the end of today we will have 14 left. Enough for 2 full days, but not enough for 3 full days. I can't say that I'm particularly eager to return to the Dragon Eye Lake. I can't say that I'm enjoying what I'm doing at the moment. But I think that out of this and fishing at the Dragon Eye Lake, this has got to be the lesser of the 2 evils. While this is not pleasant, it's less bad than the Dragon Eye Lake. The fishing that we have to do is even less pleasant than you know, what we're doing at the moment, just, you know, trying to get through the days. So what I'm saying is that, you know, when we take a break from this and return to the Dragon Eye Lake, things are going to be worse rather than better. We're going to be taking a break from this, but doing something that's even worse. When I'm done fishing, yeah, maybe in comparison, what we're doing now won't seem so bad. Year 7, day 19, I think it said. We started today with 14 Digi-Sea-Basses. Started year 7, day 19 with 14 Digi-Sea-Basses. We'll start year 7, day 20 with 9 Digi-Sea-Basses. We'll start year 7, day 21 with 4 Digi-Sea-Basses. And we won't be able to make it to the end of year 7, day 21 without getting more Digi-Sea-Basses. That's the last Digi-Sea-Bass that we are going to be giving to our Digimon today, but that puts us down to 9 Digi-Sea-Basses, which isn't even enough to last for 2 more days. And already the supply of Digi-Sea-Basses gets even lower. We are definitely able to make it through to tomorrow without any problems. And seeing as today is year 7, day 20, tomorrow would be year 7, day 21, which I think is the day that Etamon will reach 200. I think that he's currently 199, and that our age would display as 19, and I think tomorrow he will reach the age of 200, and his age will display as 20. He will be 2/3 of the way to being 300, and 300 is the age that he would be once 10 years have gone by, if we can keep doing what we're doing. If we can continue to stay alive and proceed through the game, proceed through the challenge, proceed through the days. As of tomorrow, I think there will just be 100 days left, which is 3 years and 10 days. At the moment, I think it's 101 days, 3 years and 11 days. Yeah, Digi-Sea-Basses have fallen to a number that isn't going to be good enough in order for us to live beyond tomorrow. Say goodbye to year 7, day 20. say hello to year 7, day 21. And I think that we have now reached the double century. I think that Etamon is no longer 100 and something, but is now in fact 200. His age has reached the double century. In 10 days' time, it's going to be year 8, day 1, which is 3 years adrift of year 11, day 1, 3 years adrift of 10 years, 90 days adrift of 10 years. Our Digimon would be 210, which I think is 70% of 300. And then every 30 days would be an extra 10%. 240 would be 80% of the way there. 270 would be 90% of the way there. 300 we would be 100% of the way there. Even though, 10 years are not exactly at our fingertips, we still have a fair way to go from here. I am able to notice the progress that we've made. I am able to notice how much closer we are now to 10 years than what we were. I'm able to notice the progress that we are making, how much closer we are getting to 10 years. The amount of work that's still to do is smaller than the amount of work that we've already done. When it comes to quantity of work, we have got the worst out of the way. We have less remaining than what's been done already. Age is 200, we are 2/3 of the way there. What we've done so far, we only need to do another half of what we've already done. What we've done so far, do another half of that, and we will be at 10 years. you can probably tell that for the time being I've chosen to be lazy and avoid the Dragon Eye Lake. I took the Digi Basses out of the item bank and am going to be living off those. And I'm going to make do with those Digi Basses. I'm not going to return to the Dragon Eye Lake until we need more Digi Basses. But as well as taking the Digi Basses out of the item bank, I also took the Black Trouts out of the item bank, and I no longer have any fish in the item bank. The fish that are in my inventory are all of the fish that I own. And when the Digi Basses run out, I will then have to go to the Dragon Eye Lake and use the Black Trouts that are in our inventory to catch Digi Basses. And by the time that I'm done, I should have 99 Digi Basses in my inventory, but no other fish in my inventory and no other fish in the item bank. And if you think about the position that we were in before I did all of the fish grinding, before I did all of the grinding that resulted in me having 99 Digi Basses in the inventory and in the item bank, plus 99 Black Trouts in the inventory and in the item bank. Once I use up the Digi Basses that are in my inventory, and then use the Black Trouts that are in my inventory to catch Digi Basses, I'll then pretty much be in the same position that I was in before I did all the fish grinding, in that I would have Digi Basses in my inventory, but nothing else. And all of that, fish grinding, it's gotten me, it's definitely gotten me somewhere, and I'm still living off the supply. I haven't used the whole supply yet. I'm still living off Digi Basses and still have Black Trouts, which need to be used to catch Digi Basses. But all that grinding's definitely got us somewhere. We are closer to 10 years than what we were. And then I'll have to either go back to doing things the way that I did do them, have 99 Digi Basses in my inventory, wait until they fall to about half, then go to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep, catch X number of Black Trouts, put my Digimon to sleep, give my Digimon 5 Digi Basses, use the Black Trouts to catch X number of Digi Basses, bringing myself back up to 99 Digi Basses. Or the other option is to do more of the fish grinding like I did previously, where I would catch 99 Black Trouts, put them in the item bank, catch 99 Digi Basses, put them in the item bank, catch 99 Digi-Sea-Basses, have them in my inventory. Catch 99 black trouts, have them in the inventory. Yeah, the first approach is the little and often approach, where you are required to go to the Dragon Eye Lake every 10 days or so, and you get about 10 days supply of Digi-Sea-Basses. Or there's the intense grinding approach, where eventually you end up with the best part of 200 Digi-Sea-Basses, which is enough for the best part of 40 days, plus the best part of 200 black trouts, which can be used to catch the best part of 200 Digi-Sea-Basses, which is enough for the best part of another 40 days, which combined is 80 days. Which I think is 2 years and 20 days. They're 10 days shy of 3 years. We are currently more than 3 years of the way from the 10-year mark, but not too much more. And we've already got a very high number of Digi-Sea-Basses in our inventory, plus the highest possible number of black trouts in our inventory. I think that combined would last for more than a year. With humans, when they get to a certain age, they tend to slow down. They tend to become less able to do the things that they used to be able to do. That doesn't seem to be the case with Digimon, though. My Etamon is over the age of 200. His stats are at the maximum. He knows. We know every technique that can be used with Etamon. So, Etamon can use all of the techniques that he can possibly use, as well as having the best possible stats. He seems to be moving as quickly as he's ever moved. Etamon's age doesn't seem to be hindering him. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down. It doesn't seem to be making life difficult for him. He seems to be as able and capable as he's ever been. age doesn't seem to affect Digimon. Etamon hasn't become all wrinkly and gone all grey and, become hunched over and need a walking stick in order to get from A to B. He hasn't been reduced to a snow's pace. He's not weaker than he used to be. He doesn't know less techniques than he used to know. He seems to be at the prime of his life. In the Digimon world, time goes by a lot more slowly than the real world. Because with the timer, what is 1 second to us is 1 minute on the timer. So an hour, or if a minute in the Digimon world is a second in the real world, then that means that the Digimon world time in the Digimon world is 60 times slower than time in the real world. An hour in the Digimon world would be a minute in the real world. 24 hours in the Digimon world, aka a day, would be 24 minutes in the real world. And in the Digimon world there are 30 days in a year, and if a day in the Digimon world is 24 minutes in the real world, then 30 days would be 30 24s. I think I make that 720 minutes, which I believe is 12 hours. In the Digimon world, 30 days, aka a year, is 12 hours in the real world. That means that 1 day in the real world, 24 hours, is 2 years in the Digimon world. So even if we make it up to 10 years to our character, I suppose that that's 5 days. The point I'm making is that for our character, the time can't appear to be that bad. It's not like years in the Digimon world is the same as years in the real world. To our character, it's probably not bad at all. The amount of time that it takes to do what needs to be done. Welcome to the Digimon world. No seconds, no months, just minutes, hours, days, and years. And the years are just 30 days instead of 365 days. Actually, in the real world, technically a year is not 365 days exactly. Technically, a year is 365 days and a quarter of a day. 365 and a quarter days. If there's 24 hours in a day, then a quarter of that would be 6 hours. So 365 days and 6 hours, that is technically how long a year is. A year technically is 365 days and 6 hours. And that's why we have a leap year every 4 years. It's to put things right. Because if we were to not have any leap years, and every year was to just be 365 days, then we would be losing 6 hours every year, which would work out to be 24 hours in 4 years, which is a full day, and that's why the leap year is needed, the extra day every 4 years. It puts things right. If a year is 365 days and 6 hours, then just having 365 days every year wouldn't be good enough. So we have 365 days in a year, but then every 4 years we have the leap year, where the year is 1 day longer, 366 days. And then it works out right. So 365 days plus 365 days plus 365 days plus 366 days. That is the correct number of days for 4 years. Instead of making each year 365 days and 6 hours long, we have it so that every 4 years we have a year which is 366 days, the others are 365 days, and it works out the same as having each year being 365 days and 6 hours, but we just do things the way that we do them, where we have a leap year every 4 years, an extra day every 4 years. I would imagine that time has always existed. I would imagine that time is not a man-made invention. I'd imagine that time, existed before the human race existed. It just so happens that we've come up with ways of interpreting time so that it makes sense to us, and we are able to understand it, and we are able to keep track of time. We've come up with, seconds, minutes, days, weeks, months, years. And it's helped us to, keep track of time. It's helped us to understand time. It's helped us to, be aware of days and months and seasons and years and all things like that. We didn't invent time, we just invented ways of interpreting time so that we are able to understand it and make sense of it. I think there's quite a lot of things that mankind uses but didn't invent. There are things that we use which we also invented, like cars and trains and aeroplanes and houses made of bricks and things like that. But then there's also things that we use and need, but I don't think we invented the things in the first place. I think the things existed before we did, but we have, found ways of using such things. I think includes like water, electricity, gas, fuel, fire, all things like that. I don't think we invented any of that stuff. I think that we need it, and we, discovered it and found ways of using it, but I don't think we invented it. A bit like time, really. We have invented ways of using resources in ways that are useful, like using fire to heat homes, using electricity to fuel light bulbs, producing taps where all we have to do is turn a tap on and we've got a supply of water. Use fuel to run machinery. we've, you know, invented ways of, like, even the things that we didn't invent, you know, we still invented ways of using them, you know, invented ways of using such things in ways where they are useful. You know, we, you know, discovered such things. We invented ways of using such things, ways of understanding such things, ways of interpreting such things. Then there's also the things that we use which we did invent. The Digimon in this game seem to do a pretty good job at surviving and looking after themselves and, you know, adapting to changes, adapting to the norm. I mean, they have meat farms, restaurants, item shops, an item bank, a battle arena, a clinic, forms of transportation, a gym for strengthening yourself up, all sorts of good stuff. I think it is generally in humanity's nature to adjust to the norm. It's like, as someone who lives in England, if I was to go on holiday to some country that has temperatures of like 40 degrees Celsius, then to me it would be extremely hot. But then to the people who live there, it wouldn't be so bad because they are more used to it. They are more accustomed to it because of the fact that they live there, and to them it's the norm. I can't deny I really would like to change what I'm currently doing. I really would like to do something different. I think my next opportunity will be Year 8, Day 2, which I think is the day of the back dimension, the return of Analog Man. The day before that, Year 8, Day 1, I think is the day that Etamon will reach the age of 210. But we're not going to be doing anything different on the day. It will be a new year, year 8, day 1, a new day, a new year. It will, mark a milestone, and, it's the day that Etamon will reach the age of 210. But despite the fact that it's a milestone, I can't think of anything different that I would be able to do on the day. I think it would just be another day regarding how I spend the day. It's not until the day afterwards, year 8, day 2, where I would get a bit of a reprieve, because Analog Man will be back and I'll have the opportunity to go to the back dimension, fight Machinedramon again, get another chain melon. I'm not entirely sure when I'm next due to go to the Dragon Eye Lake. But I'll find out eventually. If I just keep making it through the days, my Digi-Seabasses will continue to go down, and eventually I will be forced to do more fishing, and then that will be the cue for me to go to the Dragon Eye Lake for that very purpose, to go fishing and use the black trouts that are in my inventory to catch Digi-Seabasses. If it's year 7, day 29, tomorrow will be the last day of the 7th year. Year 7, day 30, and the day after that would be the end of the 7th year, year 8, day 1, the beginning of the 8th year, and this is in 2 days' time. And we would be 3 years away from 10 years. We would be 90 days away from 10 years. We would be 1 day away from the next back dimension. and we would wave goodbye to Etamon being 200 and say hello to Etamon being 210. When your Digimon's age is a 3-digit number and the age counter only has room for the first 2 digits, it does make it harder to keep track of your Digimon's age. As normally you would know your Digimon's age to the exact year, but now it's harder to know our Digimon's age to the exact year, and we tend to now just go by multiples of 10 instead.